Final guest that is the only person below White Holiday in the Comicsgate phone book. It's my favorite failed clone of Peter Sametti. The YouTube guys. How you doing, Conrad? Welcome to the show.
Hello. Welcome to WyzGyz Entertainment. This is your host, Wyman. I figured I'd try and be productive. I'm always listening to other people's streams. But the more I listen to other people's streams, the less I get done and the less content I make on my own channel. So I've got to try and remedy that by actually creating content. Some of them will continue to be well, a lot of them will continue to be streams, while others will actually be what the hell? What? Oh. Okay. I was wondering where the hell that sound was coming from. Let me oops, hold on. Let me just throw a little something on social media. I just whipped this out real quick, so it's quite. Oh man, that reminds me. When is this ending? Okay, I think there's still more time. I was looking at black and white campaign. That's doing pretty well. What does this one say? Okay. Wow. Jeez. My Fragtober drawings, the one from today, Hip Hop Kaiju, I think has gotten more likes than any of my other ones. That's crazy. Excuse me. But that's cool. All right, let's see. Frega and I kind of had the same idea. We both put giant clocks hanging off their necks. I just kept thinking of Flavor Flav, and that's why mine came out the way it did. And then mine also had him spinning vinyl. Okay, like a DJ. So I want to throw this into Twitter. Ba-doop, ba-doop, doop, 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 doop. Is it really episode 5 of this? Hopefully I got this right. I guess so. I mean, that's all right. So let's just. Oh, you know what? Let me add the URL of the YouTube video itself. And then drop this in a couple of the groups I'm in. CG stream. Okay, I think there's actually only 3 DM groups that actually allow you to post links to your streams that are going on. That's fine. I don't need to be in too many because it's too overwhelming. Hey, Jedi Knight Lego with a better name than Nam-ons. Nam-ons. Just popping in to say hi. I got to go now. Have a great stream. Thanks so much for popping in. Appreciate it. Right on. Right on like Donkey Kong. Okay. All right. Oops. What happened to my bloody banner? I put it on the outside one, but I didn't. Okay, so it's pinned there, but I didn't actually start the bit. Ah, me so goofy. All right, so in just a few, I'm going to work on some sketch cards. Share. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's see. So I'm thinking of listening into. Shane Davis's stream. I came in towards the very end, and then maybe after that, I might. After that, I might listen to John Malin's stream. Actually, maybe I should listen to John Malin's because his stream was earlier, and it was about the closeout for U.S. Assassins. So maybe we should be listening to that one. So, okay. It's just sometimes I prefer listening to something. Let's see. That I won't get copyright struck for, rather than sit in silence. So, holy. Oh, wait. I got it backwards? What the hell? What's going on? Oh, shoot. I do have it backwards. Wah, wah, wah. All right. Okay, that's what I'm trying to accomplish. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. I don't have any music prepared, so maybe I really should work on that. Setting up something so I can. Man, I wish there was an easier way for me to. Let me see. Is there a way for me to? Is there a better light, better shade of light that will allow it to be easier to see what's on there? Can you see the pencils, or is it still too bright? Oh, that's still too bright. Welcome to the channel. Da, 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 da. Does yellow make it better? Does it make it better? Yeah, I don't think so, personally. You don't really start to be able to see it until you get real close, it seems. Seems like the light doesn't make a difference. Looks like a blue light, I think. That's like rotating between lights. Actually, whoa, wait a minute. If I leave it there, that seems like it's getting dimmer. Holy, that's like the brightest, so that's probably too bright. Yeah, that's way bright. It's like a fire, it's like a star in the sky. It's like a fire in the sky. Not just fall like a fire in the sky. Hey, Captain Trek, how's it going? Yo, how are you doing? All right, so I guess I'll leave it around there. So I've been doing this thing. For those of you who are familiar, I've been doing this thing called Fractober. So this guy, this group I'm with, Comicscape, he does these drawing challenges every day for a month. There was a Frag of June, which he was doing competitions like every other day or every 2 days. But Fragtober, he's doing every day. So it's been fun following along. And I needed some kind of motivation to get myself back into drawing and practicing because I feel I need a lot of practice. Hold on. Been kind of out of it, you know? So I need the practice. I wish I could easily find copyright-free music, but places like Google and stuff don't help any. So let me see. Let me pull up some background material. I mean, I might need, I don't know whether to just ink these sketch cards or if I should actually, let me see. Or if I should color them too. Maybe I should finish them all and then see what people think, whether they should be colored or not. Oh, jeez. Hey, all right, so for this, I think I'm going to stick with Micron 0.05. Or, yeah, from Japan. Sakura. Oh, Sakura. I unexpectedly picked out Sakura. What is this? Oh, that's Pigma. All right, so I've got some fine tipped pieces. I've got some fine tip pins that are from Pigma. And then I've got a bunch of these black inks, fine tip, from Sakura, which is awesome because that's what everyone recommends. Let me see. Let me go with like one of the simplest of these images so far. So I'll try and get these inks done. Well, I will get these inks done. And then once I get the inks done, oh, you know what I might do? I might, ooh, wow, that would be interesting. There's an interesting idea. I was thinking, well, what if I picked out something in the image, just inked everything and then pick out something specific to highlight and make that in color, Maybe I should do that. Well, let's go ahead and just get some inking done. Let's see here. You know what? Oh my gosh. They've got some Luke Skywalker black uniforms for 72, 69 to 105. Ooh, jeez. Hello. I've always wanted to dress up as Luke for that. You know what? I might not even use colors. We'll see. So okay. Oh wow! I have. Oh, maybe I was using Google search before, but I'm using DuckDuckGo right now. And it seems like I have a totally different selection from when I last searched. I wonder if I phrased it different. All right, let me try and find the image reference that I used when I sketched this out. Man, that's such a cool uniform. Oh, is this it? All right. Okay. It's very close. Oh, I forgot about that part. That he's wearing his glove here. Pencil. Where's my side? There it is. So. Actually, this one he doesn't even have one between his hands. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe I'll just humming on the one. Hey, welcome El Gargoyle. Thanks for the eggplant. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? You know what? I think I will. I think I will add that flap. Because I do love the uniform with the white flap down here. It almost like they use software to draw the flap. And so that means this comes around here, I guess. And then it comes up a little. That's interesting. Interesting rays of fabric. This basically comes around like so. And it comes down like that. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should leave some shading in pencil. Maybe that's what I should do. I didn't correctly knit. Wait a minute. So, just like that, and then this portion is actually wider or taller, thicker. And then you get the small portion, then you get the copper looking portion. And then you got what looks like a couple washers. And then you got and then you get some more over there. Yeah, either I got the sizes all wrong or it's a long hill. Okay, so since you've been away, down and lonely. Since you've been away, I'm thinking of you. And to understand the reason you left me, where are you going? On I'm missing you. Tell me where the right turns. Maybe I should just play music and get the copyright claim. Or maybe I can keep it low enough so that there's some background music. Hey, Frog G, how's it going? Hello, Captain Track, El Gargo, how's it going? Well, it's going to take me a long time to get monetized, so maybe it would be worthwhile to just play some random music off my phone. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, think about it. I do want to, and then I don't, and then I do want to, and then I don't. Tickle the algorithm, smash the like, ding the bell, and subscribe. Thank you so much, Frog G. You are so appreciated. Nate is left eye too big. I wonder. Let me try some. Hey. Hey, Captain Track. Oh, yeah. Thanks for dropping all those links. Man, you are on top of it. So I got these things. I don't know if I'm going to be able to try it on these things, this project. But it includes, they're made by Craftsmart and they're paint pens. The problem is they're all medium line weight. There's 3 black and 3 white. Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't really read this. Ideal for wood, plastic, metal, and glass. Removable from most non-porous surfaces with alcohol. Before use, hold cap in place and shake pen approximately 1 minute. Remove cap and slightly depress tip several times to start paint flowing. Repeat steps 1 and 2 until paint flows out to the point of the pen. To avoid blotting, avoid putting too much pressure on tip. Oh, man. Who are you? Hey, Eagle Rider. Hey, Rosetta. Hey. Oh, Gargoyle. All right. I don't recognize your name. So, I don't know. Should I give you a try? Turn around. Oh, okay. All right. You're a Gargoyle, aren't you? Hello?
I know, I screw people up with that name.
Yeah, it throws me off.
How you doing?
Good. Yourself?
Doing fine, just got out of work.
Hey, can you mute the video you have? I mean,
Yeah, it's going through my phone. I'll turn off my phone.
Hey, Rosetta, if you want to hop on, you can too. Just use the link.
How's that? Is that better?
Oh, much better. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Just got out of work. What you drawing?
Oh, I've got these sketch cards that I did, but I want to ink them, and I'm debating whether to color them as well. I don't know. I might just stick with. I might just stick with. Hey, Rosetta. I may just stick with. Actually, let me.
You guys will have to bear with me a little bit because I've had a really crazy fucking few weeks here. And
Oh yeah, yeah.
if my stuff is too loud, let me know. I'm trying to store a fuck ton of my art supplies, so.
You're reorganizing the art room, huh?
I'm trying to make more sense out of my house.
Oh.
I'm also trying to take some of the stuff that's a little easier projects to do that I don't have to be as on the ball with and set them up out here in the corner of the living room so I can actually be out with my husband more.
Oh, cool. That sounds
Oh,
fun.
I got something wonderful from Preston Avocado.
You did?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Share it.
All right. I told him for the 9 devils, send me anything with titties. Right?
Are these commissions you requested, or is it part of a
You
tier?
know, when you say send anything with titties, I think of so many inappropriate comments about myself.
All right, hold on. I'm taking you full screen. Oh, hell yeah.
Sorry, the lighting is fucking it up.
Dang, that's cool.
Isn't that badass?
Oh, man, I love his work. Oh, my God.
I did tell him send me anything with titties, and that's what I got.
Wow. Is that an image from the book, 9 Devils?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I just got it at my door, and I was wondering who it was from.
You know what? I think this is the first time you've come on camera when I've been on a stream with you before.
Yeah, I'm pretty generic looking.
Generic. You are unique. You hear me? Unique.
I'm just a mossy, middle-aged, pudgy woman. So hey.
Do you have? Did you get more than one original art piece?
Not from Preston, but I got something from Rod Looper.
Really? Oh man, from Hidden.
Yeah, Magma is one of his, and Hidden Tiger. Yeah.
All right.
I had another variant cover, but I gave it to a coworker. Oh, I forgot I got this too. I got a commission from John Kelstian. The guy.
Oh wait! That's John Celestri.
John Celestri. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. He released the book Rough Sketch, and then the second book. Shoot, what is it called? Oh, I'm blanking.
I got the book back there. I gotta remember what it's called too.
Yeah, I got one of those. That's pretty cool.
And then Rod drew my original character.
So John Celestri's is Bloodwing Angel Chronicles.
Yes.
And this one is what?
This is my original character.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I asked Rod to just draw my character.
Oh, cool. Nice. So do you refresh my memory, do you have a project? Do you have a campaign?
Not yet. Still working on it. Cool. I actually went back to the drawing board because I showed people what I had, looking for criticism or anything, and they just didn't tell me anything. So I figured that was a bad sign.
Oh. Do you consider yourself an artist? Hey, Gothic Arch, how's it going? Are you muted, Pepe? Yeah, you are. Wait, I didn't mute it. Can't unmute your guest. Their mic isn't connected.
Oh, I think I muted myself.
There you go. Do you consider yourself an artist?
I like to. I just got back from a near 10-year hiatus.
Oh, I hear that. I'm really rusty myself. That's why I'm participating in Fragtober, to give myself the drive. Help get a drive for it. Hey, Gothic Arch, if you want to hop on, feel free. The link's at the top of the stream. Honestly, it's hard to get feedback on social media. Yeah, I mean, people, they're afraid of coming across as mean, I guess, or too harsh.
I mean, at this point, if you're trying to get a job from it, you're better off getting the criticism, mean or not. It's like Master Chef or Hell's Kitchen.
As people, the old people out there, yes, I understand you don't want to just bash on people. That's not constructive. It doesn't help. As long as you're giving somebody a criticism where there's something to gain is the thing I think. And by that, I mean, just randomly going to people and going, that sucks, you suck, or stuff like that. That doesn't contribute anything. It doesn't help them get better.
Yeah, exactly.
So criticize, and I don't mind criticism. I don't mind people going, well, this is a little awkward, this is a little wrong, or, well, I don't like this, but I like this. Even if it's insulting the way they phrase it, I'm good with that, Gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm the type who strongly believes in getting constructive criticism, but I think sometimes I might be a little soft and not ready for it.
So the ones that crack me up are the whiny SJWs that have really, really bad artwork on their channel. It looks like a third grader who with head injuries drew it, and yet they go around telling everyone their art sucks if they don't like what they're saying.
Right.
They crack me up. I honestly find them hilarious.
I'm gonna give this gonna try to see if it works. Hopefully I don't screw it up.
I might have a very sarcastic sense of myself, though. I mean, it's not like I ever say sarcastic or mean-spirited things to anybody. I'm sweet and pure and innocent.
Indeed. Indeed. Okay, so that's going to be, I wonder.
Oh, it's freaking crazy this stuff I've been dealing with.
Somebody try suing you?
No. It's more... It's hard to explain. There's a lot of bullshit.
I guess you don't want to talk about it.
Oh, it's not so much that as... It's constant medical fighting. It's people who are friends acting weird as fuck. It's people who spazzing out and hiding from things because they can handle anybody who's not Sister Mary Sunshine 24/7.
Huh. Okay.
It's the people that are just not what they try to portray themselves as.
Welcome to my life.
And, you know, when you're dealing with people like that, and you on the autistic end, anyways, or you have the brain scars like I do, and you're trying to read people through those issues, sometimes I just want to say fuck it all and just tell them all to fuck off.
I learned this, and I tell people who always have this messiah complex with my brother, thinking they can change him. I'm like, dude, you don't want to be changed. Quit trying to change him and feel bad for him. Just let him fuck up, fuck off, fuck up, and fuck off. Move on. Everybody's tried. Everybody's
Tomorrow is not promised, so cuss him out today.
Yep. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that's fun.
I've always had a very sarcastic, crass attitude of people. And yeah, I'll tell people, you know, you're a fucking jizzwad. And 99% of people, I will not give a fuck what they think. It's the people that you get close to, you care about, you think have decent hearts. When they do dumb shit, you feel more emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
General strangers say things and I laugh my ass off at them. Just don't give a fuck. But it does bother me when some people say things. Not really much of anybody you guys know, though. It's that, I think, weird dichotomy of being very callous and cut off until it's somebody that's really close to your heart, you know?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Case in point, dealing with my fuckwit of a brother.
Yeah, I have a few brothers. I grew up in a polygamy colony.
No, really.
One of my brothers came to the house, tried to live with me after he broke up with this girl a second time that I told him not to get back with. That she was nuts. Anyway, he was an Uber driver. She used to stalk him at the bars that he was working at and talk shit to every guy to get him jumped at this bar that would pick up people. Oh, this was my brother. So he comes to my house all mopey and trying to, well, not even trying, but he was just picking up random girls from the internet, come back to the house, successfully drinking, not cleaning up after himself. Like he was leaving coffee mugs out on the porch, and we live out in the desert, so it gets windy pretty regularly, so they fall off and break and shit like that. He even parked the car out on the street backwards And I was just unwanted attention in my fucking neighborhood, and he was acting like a child about this whole thing till I got to the point where I'm like, dude, I'm done. You gotta fucking go. I'm kicking your ass out.
Right.
My siblings were the ones who just, oh God, I don't even know how to explain them. My brother is a very proud anti to our community. We'll start with that. And he won't let it go in person. Yay me.
Wait, what? He's an anti people?
As in, he is one of the freaking bot accounts harassing Comicsgate.
Oh my gosh.
Ah.
And Fandom Menace. And hates stalking the channels enough that he seems to always know everyone I go on with and win and bitch about them.
Is his name Dave?
No. And I don't name him because, yeah, he's got kids, but fucking hell.
Well, there's a guy named Dave.
The weirdest thing is, I swear, I think he actually thinks he's protecting me from people. He genuinely seems to think that you guys are all corrupting his sister. I hate to break it to him that I'm actually probably the one corrupting you guys.
Okay. You do what you want. You're a grown woman.
Oh God, he's a pain in the ass sometimes. The last time I dealt with a real big blow up on this was a while back at one of my birthday dinners, and he started getting in my face, nagging about the community and bitching about things and defending all the SJW shit and movies and stuff. And I've never been good at speaking up to and talking back to him. About time I wasn't talking back to him, it was about time my at the time 16-year-old niece just ripped into him and tore him apart. It was great.
That's a lot of effort making fake profiles and just going after Comicsgate people.
Oh, and Fandom Menace. So his whole hate thing started because, and it's gone to both communities now, but the whole thing started with he has an obsessive hatred of Midnight's Edge, and I'm one of their moderators. That basically will explain most of it.
I'll be honest, I've never watched Midnight's Edge.
Well, he actually at one point put a fucking public post out claiming that anybody who works with Midnight's Edge is a criminal. And I'm like, I work with them, right? And all of a sudden his post disappeared about the time Mom started yelling at him. It's like, yeah.
Does he know criminal is a vague term? I mean, there's people who are still criminal for marijuana possessions.
Well, it's a bullshit. It was a bullshit anti-statement anyways. But it's like, you realize what you just said about your own sister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awkward, right?
But it's still a vague term. I mean, you could be a criminal for unpaid speeding ticket. So I'm just saying it means nothing anyways.
Well, technically, if you want to get down to it, there's so many regulations. Everybody's in violation of at least one.
Yeah. So I mean,
that's not even a joke. Literally, there is not a person in this country that you cannot find a violation of one of the laws under because of how they overregulate everything.
Yeah, if you live in Georgia, you're only allowed to own 15 dildos.
Oh, I got news for it. Technically speaking, a lot of the Puritan sex laws were never revoked in the state I live in. And I would say that there's about 20, 30 laws that I break with my husband every night. So,
yeah, what is it? The state of Maryland, oral sex is illegal in sodomy.
Oh, it is. It is here too. Yeah, you guys have heard my jokes and the comments I make about me and my husband. How many times? Specifically cited as illegal in the state includes oral sex and bondage.
Yep. I believe that one.
Yeah, that's awkward. I mean,
Detroit has a weird one where you can masturbate in your car as long as you have curtains on every window.
Okay.
I read
Who
that in
does?
Hustler magazine.
Who
Detroit.
does? Detroit? Okay. Well, yeah, it's a fucked up city anyways. It is the Rock City, so.
Yeah. Progressive, right?
Let's not go into that word.
It's a joke.
I know. I just... yeah, I would actually say it is because progressive versus liberal, the progressive history is very fucked up.
Yeah.
But that's my nerd side coming out in that rant.
There we go. Who's that supposed to be? WyzGyz?
Cyberman from Doctor Who.
Ah.
Let me catch up with Gothic Arch in chat. He's at work. Oh, wow. You're about to tell Twitter to fuck off.
I was wondering about the heard some things on your show, who that was referencing and what it was referencing.
You mean the people that think they are too important to talk to you?
On my rant, not so much, but yeah.
Frog G says the past cannot be changed. The future is uncertain. The now is a gift. That's why it's called the present. Yeah, I like
You
that.
got that from Kung Fu Panda.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I've heard some things on your show.
Whose show? What have you heard?
You talking about my show?
Let's get details. Come on. Spill them beans.
Wise, I haven't seen your art till recently. Good job, man. Oh, thank you. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really seen it until I started doing Fragtober full bore.
You told me a while back that you used to and you were planning to try again sometime, but I haven't seen you actually trying to until recently.
Yeah. And, yeah, I was more active when I was younger.
Whereas I never did any of this stuff when I was younger because of my nerves. It's all new to me.
I think it's freaking awesome that you're getting into all these creative ventures with it.
Oh. Thank you. I mean, and that's the thing, right? You're never too old is supposed to be the saying, right?
Right.
Jack Kirby got into comics when he was 45.
I'm thinking, and it was one of the silly curmudgeon movies in the 90s, but there's a quote I focus on, which is, there's no such thing as too late. That's why they invented death. As long as you're breathing, why not try, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for Fragtober, I actually didn't really get started until like day 12. And then I went, oh man, this is fun. And then I decided to play catch up, so I did 3 long streams, each one several hours long, as I did about 4 images per stream.
See, I was starting strong with the whole Inktober to Fragtober and all that kind of stuff, but was a few days in when the whole bee sting in the arm and all that stuff happened and the injuries, and I'm just now actually starting to get function back enough I could actually start drawing again. So I was kind of screwed over for a couple weeks.
Oh,
so
man, I missed some news. I didn't realize you got stung by a bee.
Sorry to hear that.
It was kind of weird in a way because I'm really, really allergic to them, and I ended up being very grateful that I have seasonal allergies
Right.
because it came into the house trying to get out of the freaking fall storm.
Oh.
And, you know, when bugs and animals come in out of the cold, the first thing they do is find somewhere warm to hide.
Mm-hmm.
It hid in the beddings and stung me in my sleep.
Oh, shoot.
Damn.
And so I woke up in a really, really bad state. And it took a day before I was even functional enough we could start trying to investigate what was going on with me and do more than just medicating me like hell to keep me functioning. And what it came down to is it stung in the arm here, and it was just covered in hives up the inside with the lump in the middle where it stung.
Yeah.
I sit there going, it stung me in my sleep, and I have that kind of reaction. When I sleep in fall, I've got like multiple antihistamines and anaphylactic meds and stuff in my system because of my allergies.
Right.
I probably wouldn't have woken up if I didn't have those in my system when it did that.
Damn.
So it's like, well, I guess my seasonal allergies actually benefited me for once. I mean, yeah. And it's an only me kind of moment because it's like both the universe trying to kill me and trying to protect me in the same time. But it was, that first day I was swollen everywhere. I could barely breathe. I had massive migraine. I was dizzy and feverish, and my heart wouldn't stop racing for about 12 hours. So that was really fun.
Welcome, 24 Eyes. How's it going?
Hey.
Good to have you.
You, 24 Eyes.
Welcome. And then, by the next day I was semi-functional, but the whole arm was just in bad shape.
That's terrible. You think somebody would try to put a curse in you?
Oh, if they did, they're not very good at it, but yet they are. I've had more near-death experiences and surviving the near-death experiences in my life than anyone should ever see in their lifetime, yet alone experience to themselves.
Wow.
So I don't know what you'd call it.
I'm just making a joke.
I know. I kind of laugh at it because I joke about only me because I don't know how else to call half of the shit I go through. It's weird stuff that you tell people. They're like, what the fuck just happened? It's like, I don't know. It's me. Hey, there's two ways to look at those kinds of things. You can let it drive you crazy that you're always having to fight and struggle, or you can laugh at the absurdity of half of the shit you go through and just take it day by day,
Mm-hmm.
And I'd rather laugh than get upset.
Sure.
I remember my mom got what she was grateful for getting walking pneumonia a few years ago. And while people would think, why would you be grateful for that? It came to, we all got walking pneumonia. We all got sick. And because they had to do x-rays in our lungs, they found the freaking tumor that was developing in her spinal column and got it out before it paralyzed her.
Jeez.
So, as she said, well, if I hadn't have gotten sick, I'd probably be paralyzed or dead right now. So, yay, I got sick,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they can be blessings in disguise.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Look for the silver lining in whatever happens to you. There's usually one if you dig deep enough or if you have a twisted enough mind to look for weird shit. I mean,
I'm not gonna be surprised if I got cancer somewhere.
I figure with all the things that are wrong with my body, I should just be grateful that I'm here today and enjoy what I've got. Whatever and however long it is.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing yard work a couple months ago, and I just cutting back shrubs and stuff, and I got stung like twice. I'm like, what the frick?
I hate bees.
Some people think I was stung by what are they called, like ground wasps or something like that, or
No clue. What are
ground bees? But I was literally just using the pruners trying to trim back everything because it had grown so big and bad. And then I get a freaking sting. And sometimes you hear that you're supposed to, when there are bees around, that it's better to remain perfectly still, and other people wave their arms flailingly. I usually try to remain still, but for some silly reason, I decided to flail my arms. So I got stung, and then I proceeded to do more trimming and pruning, and then they sting me again. It's like, what? It's like they don't want me to do any yard work.
Yeah, you're fucking with a hive or some kind of area they're fucking making from.
Seems like it.
Apparently, all the bee populations is that time when all the fucking African killer bees migrated here. So every species of bees we have is an African killer bee. Supposedly, that's what an exterminator told me.
So, Gargoyle, how was work?
Yeah, it was rough. Dishwashing.
Dishwashing.
Yeah.
Do you make use of a lot of automation? Is there a lot of machines these days, or is it like hand washing old stuff?
It's still the same. You got the rinsing, you got the sink where you got all the detergent, and then you put everything through the dishwasher. It's a tinier kitchen than usual, and I work with a bunch of kids.
You all get along pretty well?
Yeah, they're all cool. What I mean by kids, I think my boss is 10 years younger than me.
Uh,
And then her brother is at least 7 years younger than me. And he's fucking funny. He's like, I'm old. I'm old. I'm old. I'm like, dude, I just turned 37.
wow.
It's funny. But every now and then I get free beer.
Oh, cool. What are you doing right now? Are you doing some drawing or something?
Yeah.
Cool.
Just redlining my character, one of my original characters.
So you do red line?
Yeah, I do the blue line to the red line.
You do both on the same piece?
Huh?
You do both on the same piece, red line and blue lines?
Yeah. Or no, not the same piece. Different layers.
Hmm. Are you digital?
Yeah.
Oh wow. I'm just recently getting into digital. I gotta get back into it.
I mean, a tablet definitely helps on the computer, like a big enough tablet.
Mm-hmm.
And then knowing the keyboard shortcuts definitely shorten things up.
Well, I'm sure.
But it works for me for preserving certain layers. And the way I draw, it's too much. It would be too much of a fucking mess.
Yeah, I know it can be a huge time saver.
It really is. Bad thing is that you got to catch up on original traditional stuff if you want people to buy your stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why I still do traditional too. Rosetta, what are you working on? If you're still there.
I'm kind of here right now. I'm sorting beads.
Oh, okay.
Sorting beads. Because I do when I'm de-stressing, I'll do like the diamond darts and that stuff. And I got a whole bunch of the blank mats and beads and stuff, and I'm going to try to actually design some of the pixel art versions of my pinups.
Ooh.
So I got a whole bunch of massive bulks of the beads and mats and stuff that I've been trying to sort and organize and lay out for the work. So
Are the by black mats, is that just the surface you use to work on?
when you work with these, you need to have the specialized glue on the mat to stick the beads to.
Oh.
And so you get the blank mats and it actually comes with the grid patterning and everything done on it and the glue ready, but no actual pattern there, just basically like graph paper.
Oh, wow.
I do some weird stuff, don't I?
I wouldn't call it weird.
But yeah, I'll get the little gooey ones that are. It's basically, yeah, I'm doing a beaded version of a paint my numbers. I don't care if it's something I can sit and relax and do when I'm de-stressing after working for hours. You know.
Oh yeah.
My wife was afraid that bunny rabbits were going to kill her, so.
What?
She got scared of a bunch of rabbits and thought they were going to kill her.
Did she watch The Holy Grail too much?
I don't know, to be honest with her.
Because there was that whole part in that movie of the killer rabbit. I mean,
maybe. Apparently, she read a bunch of her dad's files.
oh, though I will actually say wild rabbits can actually be pretty violent.
Probably. These are rabbits that were living in this guy's yard, so I don't know.
I can say that because, you know, it's the teeth in the legs and if they're defending themselves, because we had a cat that would take on anything and everything. He liked to chase dogs for a pastime. And I'm not kidding.
Oh, I believe you. I was bit by a rabbit when I was a kid.
And he is, in the time we had him, he would take on anything from multiple dogs to freaking bobcats and everything else, and he would be fine. The only fight he ever lost was to a fucking rabbit, which managed to gash his leg bad with its teeth.
Yeah, that's what the rabbit did to me. I was a kid and it gashed my hand after I was petting it at the pet store.
Oh, man. That sucks.
Oh, it fucked my mind up.
But I've learned not to underestimate any animal because A, I grew up in the mountains. B, I've actually watched somebody's house cat rip the throat out of a fucking deer and start eating it.
Wow.
Granted, you know, there's a little farm cat out in the middle of nowhere in the middle of winter when it was hungry. But I don't care how desperate you are, you have to be pretty ballsy to even attempt that at that size comparison, you know?
No doubt.
And again, most things can take down a deer if they attack hard, because deer really don't do much to defend themselves unless they're a buck, you know? And that's the other misnomer. Bucks and elk are not peaceful creatures, you know?
Yeah, you ever seen that video of that guy that hunter getting his ass beat by a buck?
I wouldn't need to see the video. I am the one that watched the woman about get herself killed by an elk buck when I was a kid out in the mountains.
Oh shit.
Oh, I've seen some crazy, stupid tourist shit over the years. I grew up in the Black Hills.
Oh yeah, they got that one video of that guy who got hit by a bison and he almost flew over the tree.
Oh, damn.
I've seen a woman thrown into a tree. I've seen the one that got knocked down like that. I've seen a guy freaking get kicked to hell because he was out trying to lay in the middle of the bison herd. I've seen...
Oh, dear.
There was the lovely one that decided to walk out into the middle of the prairie dog town and try to pick up a prairie dog. That didn't go well for her poor hand. Tourists are idiots.
Oh yeah, they get drunk and they're like, selfie time!
Like the fucking dumbass woman from, guess what? Ames, Iowa. That was in the news reports on it, so I'm not doxing shit. That's already been public knowledge nationally. The dumb woman from Ames, Iowa, who decided to get off her bike and try to pet the bison calf last year and became the total meme of the century because she got the mom charged her, and when she tried to sideswipe it, it caught her pants and spun her around like a freaking carousel and stripped her. And all that was on video. I'm not going to lie. I've watched that video many times laughing at that woman. I'm not going to lie. And then she went out and whined to the fucking media that people are laughing at my pain. They should feel sorry for me. And so all the people that laughed a bit the first 2 days went off the wall making fun of her. It's now to the point where it's been the last year, the tribes in that area and the tourist shops and stuff like that are literally making and selling like jewelry and beaded bags and stuff of the bison with the pants hanging off the horn that they took the picture of after it.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
Yes, I totally am.
Like, she helped them create an industry. That's wild.
Damn.
And it is really crazy because you laugh so hard at this shit. But yeah, I grew up in the Black Hills. I spend time out, everyone knows I'm out tracking eagles and doing nature photography and shit. So I've seen some crazy shit with nature over the years. And I swear, though, the only fucking fight that cat ever lost was to a fucking rabbit.
Hey, welcome, Buffalo Con. It's the jackalopes you got to watch out for.
Oh, yeah, because they're not real.
Ames, Iowa is trouble.
Yes, it's also part of the outskirts of the state capital of Des Moines area.
Gothic Art says, I've seen a baby jackalope maul a full-grown bull moose. What? Oh, yeah, dangerous critters.
I know, they're having fun joking around with what I'm talking about. But it is actually kind of serious. I'm not kidding. This stuff is crazy stuff you see. The one that cracks me up is people that underestimate prairie dogs. Prairie dogs are what will take down bison because they will swarm the leg and bite the ankles till they break.
Yay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Prairie dogs are vicious little things. They're basically, if you created a cross between a squirrel, a groundhog, and a beaver, they're fat, short little rodent with vicious as fuck teeth. So yeah, the people that try to wander out to see the prairie dogs or touch the prairie dogs or get up close to it with their kids or pets, they're looking at them going, "Are you that fucking stupid?"
Well,
The sad thing is, the answer is usually yes.
Their dog with that crocodile because they thought it was funny. The dog was scaring away the crocodile for the short period of time until the fucking crocodile ate the dog. It's like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? Why did you encourage to do that? I've
got a fucking dumbass cat that likes to sit in the window and threaten the eagle that sits on the neighbor's roof hunting. But that's why she doesn't leave the house, because she's too fucking stupid to be out there around the other predators. I'm not going to encourage her to get close to it if that's how she's acting.
Yeah, the cat thinks the bird's food.
Meanwhile, the bird is twice the size of the cat, height-wise, and much wider, and it's looking at the cat going, "I could eat you."
You ever seen that video of the snake and the eagle that were just holding each other, choking each other to death? They wouldn't let each other go until some guys fucking picked it up and separated them both.
Yeah.
Maybe your cat's trying to go for that.
I don't know. I'm amazed that she's made it to 6 years old. Well, she's really damn stupid.
She ate a deer, right?
Nah, that was one of the cats down south of the town here.
Oh.
This one stays in the house. She always has.
Okay.
I live too much in the city. There's too much traffic and idiots and other animals and stuff around.
Okay.
You know what? Actually, Buffalo Con, I wouldn't be surprised if that was true. Iowans are fucking stupid. I am so glad I'm not from here. I'm just sorry I have to be stuck living here. I mean,
Buffalo Con was at a Greyhound station in Des Moines that got surrounded by a group of crackheads that tried to attack the security.
I believe it.
Not surprised.
Yeah, doesn't sound like something that would surprise me either.
Crackheads would do just about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I mean, I live in Iowa, and I've got the records of a woman that literally got arrested for trying to convince a cop to let her give him a $2 blowjob. So I do inner city outreach. I deal with a lot of hookers. So I'm sorry.
Not surprised. I had this my old neighborhood. We had this prostitute that walked up and down the street. She would work both the daytimes and night, and she offered $2 blowjobs to my Mexican neighbors that were fixing the cars.
I've got to correct Frog G. It's not idiots out walking about. It's imbeciles orally wanking anuses.
Ah.
In other words, rim job giving douchebags. But yeah, I don't have a negative opinion of this state, right?
Nah. Not at all. She had braces on both hands. Oh, shit. He's got a bracelet on one side. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's the common old joke, Frog G. I just updated it for the modern era. And because I hate the state. I would go back to the Black Hills in a heartbeat if I could right now. Unfortunately, with our situation, we still have to stay here a bit longer. The plus is we're approaching eagle season again, so hey.
This year's going by too quickly.
Gothic Arch. Hooker stream. Lady Frog is from Iowa. Just going with what she says. Gotcha.
I always thought about that. We really need a hooker critic nowadays. You know, going through the trouble of getting a hooker, you need a critic to give reviews of each hooker.
How would you do a mystery shopper for a hooker?
I don't know. Blur your face out. Wear a mask. There's a guy.
Well, if you if you blur your face out or wear a mask, then they're gonna know it's you because it's with the mystery shopper. You're not supposed to know the person's coming. Bad pun intended, by the way.
Yeah.
Then they know who they are. They better be really, really good at it. I don't know.
But I probably should get going.
Head out.
Yeah, I just wanted to stop in and say hi. I've got a lot to get done though.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks
Stay out of trouble and be good.
Take care.
Later.
Bye. You draw with the
XP pen?
oh, so you use a stylus then?
Yeah, I was just checking on my layers, seeing what layers I was working on. You could share this if you want.
Well, hell yeah.
I'll show you what's going on. This is
I was
this is my original comic. This is the Rod Looper drew Mia, the character. That one drawing I showed you. So this is her legs walking by, and these are some Chicanos at this car show. Going, check out the hot chick. She's hot. And one of the guys hollers at her. You know, wanted to go for taking her out for a ride, and she's walking by, and you get a little booty shot. I don't know if I should go with this. I was trying to go for a Bernie Weinstein kind of ones. I can't say his name. Bernie Wrightson. Bernie Wrightson. You know, kind of line work kind of thing. I don't know if it's going right. But anyways, that's her ass shot. And then you find out that this person right here is actually a lady. And it's his lady. She's mad and slams his fingers on the hood. And she pulls off a chancla, jumps in the hood and starts slapping him. And Mia's walking by with a shit grin going, yep, still got it. Got people simping for me.
all right.
Let's see. Oop. Let me do the preview real quick. I'll change. Or let me see if I can put it on my other screen. I don't have to do all that.
If anyone's interested in hopping on the panel, just click on the link at the top of the chat. Buffalo Khan says, I was raised in Nebraska, traveled across the states on foot doing volunteer work. Black Hills is gorgeous and got some great energy. Nice.
Okay.
Hey, Dillard. How's it going? Good morning, wise guy.
What's up, Dillard?
Have a good night. Saying good night to Rosetta. Oh my gosh. Why didn't Rosetta tell me her Eagles thing is back on pre-launch? Dang it. All right, good to know it's out there. And of course, The Buckler, the epic dark comedy that follows a man's fall into grace from glorious rise to infamy. Hey, Genuine Comics, how's it going? What's up? Doing all right, thanks. Whoa, shoot. What the hell? Oh, all right. Yeah, anyone wants to hop on the panel that I know and trust? Click on the link at the top of the chat.
Sorry, I was trying to see if the right screen. I got the wrong screen up. I switched it to the right one. That's one thing that's cool about Clip Studio Paint. You can actually preview. Does a little 3D preview of your comic book so far.
Oh, I haven't even explored that yet.
Yeah, check it out. You can open the pages. This is what I was trying to get back to.
I've got Clip Studio Paint, yeah. It was kind of a bear trying to get it working on this laptop. First, I had to upgrade the bloody operating system so it would be supported.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. You need a good computer for Clip Studio Paint. Everything will crap out on you. Oops.
Oh, it opened up in a whole new thing. Okay. So where's the... Oh, no. Hmm.
Oh, what are the cards for? Genuine asks.
Say again?
Genuine asks, what are the cards for?
Oh, all right. So let's see. Yeah. So the if you follow John Dillard's channel, Dillard Draws, he started this thing called the Boomerang Box, and it's where like he, being a creator and a bunch of other fellow YouTubers that he knows, is doing well. So Dillard starts off with this box, right? And he puts some items in it that represents his channel. And it's a way of like promotion, getting the word out, getting people excited about, all these up and coming creators and channels on YouTube, and helping people get subs by, generating interest, advertising. And so there's like, last I heard, I think there's around 13 or 15 different creators involved. And basically, it's originated at Dillard's place. He found a cool looking box. He put in like some artwork. Let's see, he put in a buckler poster, I think some business cards. And then he forwarded on to the second person on the list. And then that person does a YouTube video, advertising the Boomerang Box, and opens it up, takes a look at what's in there now, and then they add, they talk about what they're going to contribute to the box, and so on and so forth. It just keeps going along this chain of creators until it ultimately gets to the end, which is going to be back at Dillard's, where he'll throw this. He'll do a stream, and the idea is wait, what? Oh, all right. So your camera is all right.
Oh, just screen sharing what I'm doing right now. Anyways, go on about
Yeah. So so you got the, oh hell yeah. Thanks for dropping the link to the Boomerang Box playlist, Frog G. Appreciate it. So it goes from creator to creator. It ends up at Dillard's, and whoever participated, whoever added some comments to the original Boomerang Box stream, they'll be in the running to win the contents of the Boomerang Box. So you can only imagine how freaking large this thing is going to be. With even, 13 to 15 creators doesn't sound like all that much, but when you oh shoot, there you are.
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Wyman?
Hey man, how's it going?
How you doing, Dylan?
What's up?
Hey, what's going on? What is this? My name is Pepe.
Yeah, El Gargoyle.
Oh, El
Yeah.
Gargoyle. Okay.
Yeah, it's an old joke.
Well, I'm an old man. I don't get it.
I used to be a roadie, and every lead asked me what my name was, and I just tell them my name was Pepe. In fact, that was my answer to every question they asked me, was my name was Pepe. So they just thought,
Is your real name hard to remember?
No, it's Justin.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't want them to remember it in case I ever got in trouble, and I smoked a lot of pot there. So.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Wyman, I want to hear all about your adventures in California. What you been up to?
Not a whole lot in terms of adventures. I haven't actually gone out all that much because I haven't yet plunked down the money to rent a freaking car.
Ooh, are the flowers and bowers blooming in the spring?
There are nice looking flowers out still.
Is what you've seen of California so far? Does it take your hometown and put it to shame?
Well, the area I'm in is actually my hometown. So I'm used to this area. I mean, some things have changed. Some businesses have closed, and others have cropped up to replace them. But it's kind of interesting what the changes that have taken place.
What is that? Is that a ring light? Do you have a ring light?
Yeah, I've got 2 ring lights. I got one next to this laptop to illuminate my my gorgeous face, and then I have another one to illuminate the table. Because I mean, I've got these lamps over here in the hotel, but I don't have like anything up on the ceiling. I don't have.
Wait, you're in a hotel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like an extended stays type situation, or what?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
you're dropping big money.
I wish. I'm not making Dillard money. That's for sure.
What are you talking about, Dillard money? I haven't made anything in 6 months.
You're like a freaking secret millionaire. That's why.
What?
That's why you're rich, because you don't spend money needlessly.
Well, that's the trick, right?
Yeah. Yeah. In order to become a millionaire, you got to live cheaply within your means.
If you want to stay a millionaire, you got to live cheaply.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Make sure to keep that in mind as soon as I become a millionaire.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Unlike Wyman, who's dropping all kinds of money on ring lights. Look at that.
Well, I got to admit, this did end up costing me more than I wanted to pay.
Wyman, who has personally financed half of all the books in Comics Gate.
Thankfully, no.
You should be saving that money and get a decent haircut.
Oh, burn!
I don't know why you spend all this money on ring lights when you want to illuminate that haircut.
I've got this is called clip your own damn hair and save yourself the money at Supercuts.
I'll tell you, like the only time I've gotten 2 actual haircuts where I've let another man touch my head. And that was 1 for my dad's funeral and 2 for my wedding. The rest of the time it's just me opening up the garage and plugging in the clippers and going to work.
Well, yeah, I mean, but the thing is, do you have like at least a couple mirrors so that you can see the back of your head?
I have I have 2, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I got a mirror that I'm standing in front of, right? A big mirror. And then I got like a handheld mirror that I kind of hold like this as I'm looking behind me.
Okay. All right.
But then again, doing stuff in reverse and backwards like that, it's hard to get a straight line to go across the back of your neck.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're doing it yourself, it's sometimes hard to get the right angle. And then you're going over your head several times because of all the nooks and crannies. And you want it to be even, but you don't always get that. What did I miss here? Buffalo Con says, oops. I've been enjoying WyzGyz Fragtober work. In fact, that's how I stumbled across your stream tonight. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been having a blast. Like I said, I started at Fragtober day 12, I think. And then I did 13 and maybe 14. And then I was like, wait a minute. You know what? I might as well just catch up. So I did 3 streams that were 4 to 6 hours long a piece. And the first 2 streams I knocked out 4 drawings an hour a piece.
Wait a minute, an hour drawing? They couldn't possibly be of any quality, could they?
They're okay. I mean, considering I'm rusty as hell.
No, I get it. There's some people that are actually good at artwork and are fast.
Well, I'm not there yet. I still have to get out, knock off the rust.
I'm abysmally slow. Unless it comes to like cartoony stuff, then I'm super fast.
Buffalo Con says, "Wait, you're El Gargoyle? I've been following you on Instagram for like 2 years. Awesome. Never seen you on stream.
No way. Thanks a lot, Buffalo. I
That's
appreciate
awesome. Ouch, ouch. Female barbers do exist, Dillard.
Yeah, they're called stylists.
Well, I got to tell you, I went to, I got a chance to travel to Long Island, New York, for business, and while I was there, I decided to treat myself because I've never gotten a haircut from an old-fashioned barber with a straight edge. So I did that, and man, I got to say it was nice.
And it was by a lady?
No, it was a guy. It was a guy.
Oh, so it was one of like your long-held like homosexual fantasies then.
Oh, damn.
Oh, brutal. Hell no. No. I just had never gotten, I rarely shave. That's
Well, you're like me, right? Like people that have Hispanic or Asian backgrounds, we don't really have to shave that much.
Right.
We don't grow we're not like the only thing that like if you have a lot of Spaniard in your blood, if you're Mexican, then you might have to shave a lot.
Right.
But if you're like mostly, native Mexican, maybe your mustache is what you'll grow.
And supposedly the more you shave, the more it causes the hair to grow out faster.
That's an old wives' tale.
It doesn't really seem to happen for me, which is nice because I don't like spending time shaving. But yeah, I mean, I guess you haven't been watching my Twitter feed. Otherwise, you'd be seeing the Fractober pieces I've been turning in.
You talking to me?
Yeah. You like ignore my Twitter. It's like,
do I?
What the hell's with Dillard? He's never. Oh.
I didn't even know you had a Twitter.
Nope. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, they're all right.
So I'm a little bit behind here because I also don't watch Fractober.
Okay.
Mainly because I'm not on it. But
what
exactly is the difference between Fractober and Inktober?
I think with the Inktober, as I understand it, I haven't delved much into it, but if I understand correctly, there's already a preset list that someone has come up with.
Yeah, that's what Inktober is. Like you get a list of prompts for the year, and every day you do a drawing associated in some way with that prompt.
And Fraggy gives away one of his drawings, right?
What was that?
Fraggy gives away his drawing that day.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Yeah, so it's similar premise. All right, let's see. So every day people post on, they respond to Frega's alt account, Pink Bunny Says So, with their suggestion on what the prompt should be, what character we're going to draw in an hour. And then the following day, he goes through at the start of the live stream, goes through all the entries and decides what he wants to, he picks which prompt to draw. And then every stream after that, he invites any guests who want to either just hang out live on stream or any guests who want to actually challenge him. If you challenge him, you have an opportunity, if you win, to compete in the finals. And if you pass the semifinals and get to the grand finale, then you have a chance to win kind of like the equivalent of wrestler's belt. That's going to be customized to, say, like Fractober and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so it's like comic book characters and stuff. If I'm not mistaken, William Perdomo handles all the scheduling, but last I heard, I think all the remaining slots in Fractober are booked. But he also has been doing a Frega June, but instead of doing a live stream competition every day, it's every other day or every 3 days, every third day. But with Fragtober, you know, you compete. If he's got a guest on there that he's competing with, or who's either challenging. Well, if he's challenging them, then at the very end, he'll throw up a poll in the chat, and then everyone in the chat gets to vote for who the winner is.
I see.
That tells you who goes on to the, semifinals. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. Again, be easy on me because I'm still rusty as hell. But these are some of the. Let's see. Should I do it from there or should I do it from?
Wait a minute. That's an anime character. I know that character.
Let me see. Switch to my. Oops.
You don't have 2 ring lights in front of you? Because I see in the reflection of your glasses 2 ring lights.
I've got one. I've got 2 ring lights, but one's like kind of behind me off to the side, and one's in front of me. So let's see. All right, let me raise this up some.
Oh, be careful if you're not wearing pants.
Oh, I'm wearing them. I didn't want to get caught like that. Again. No, just
Again.
all right. So, oh, shoot. All right.
Oh, One Punch Man.
Oh, you recognize him. Good. I mean, if you can recognize who I'm trying to draw, at least that says something.
Oh yeah, I love that movie. Wizards, right?
Yep.
What was that guy's name?
One name for him is Red Rider, but people were calling him another name too, which I don't remember.
So if you're doing Fragtober, that means that you're drawing the same thing that Fraga is drawing.
Exactly. I'm just following along.
I get it.
I'm just following along because I'm not there on stream with him. Usually he's got a guest or two.
Oh, that's one of the Mad Maxes? Or is
Yeah.
that a Warrior?
With his dog.
Does he got a wiener dog?
Car. I don't remember what kind of dog.
You drew yours with a wiener dog?
I know who this character is, I think.
Well, mine wasn't supposed to be a wiener dog. It didn't look like a wiener dog from my reference photo.
Oh shit, it's Groot making an axe.
Yeah. This is if Groot kept his arm instead of breaking it off and giving it to Thor. This one you might not know. It's supposed to be a real life Yosemite Sam.
I realized Yosemite Sam.
Yeah.
That one's cool.
This is one of my favorites. It's you were supposed to do everything in ballpoint pen. So that's an invite from Robotech. That's Battleship Yamamoto, I think, from Star Blazers.
Looks like an oil tanker.
That's a Veritech fighter from Robotech Macross. That's Laserbeak from Transformers. And this is B.O.B. and Vincent from the Black Hole.
I haven't seen any of those franchises.
Me neither.
Are they good?
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's Machine Man.
Look at this guy. He's like a human pair of nunchucks.
And my idea when I did this was to do like a yin-yang symbol, but I couldn't figure out what on earth to do with, 2 dots or maybe energy balls or something.
The only Machine comic I have is the Marvel Zombies 4.
I never really bought any of the comics that were zombie related because I was never a huge fan of zombies.
The only the only other one I got was they did a good one, Marvel Zombies versus the Army of Darkness.
Oh, crossover.
That was a one shot, right?
Yeah, it was a one shot. It was a bad ending, but
Yeah.
the
I
beginning
I
of the
think I had
middle
that
was
one.
strong. Yeah.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the creeper. One of the fun things about Fractober is I don't recognize half of these characters that they're drawing, so I have to pull up reference material because I they weren't like characters I followed.
Mm-hmm.
So this is concrete.
Never heard of that one.
So I imagine he's covered in pigeon shit all the time.
Well, my version was at least, but he seemed like he was supposed to be. I don't know if he was like supposed to be homeless or something, but he seemed to be peaceful.
Did you ever hear that story about the homeless man down there in Mexico that died? And he was like one of those guys that hung out with a bunch of like street dogs. He would feed them, so they'd follow him around everywhere.
Never heard of that
That
guy.
sounds familiar.
So this guy dies, right?
Uh-huh.
And they throw him, and when you're homeless in Mexico, it's a real bad situation. So they basically have mass graves.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
yes, but then but the thing is, he had a bunch of friends, but they were all homeless people too. So in Mexico, I don't know if you're familiar with like their cemeteries, but they kind of really don't have gates a lot of times, and they don't have any rules about what you can put on the grave site. So, but they've started building like just like they have these little casitas, right? Like little tiny, almost like they look like little houses, but they're just like, what's the word? Like an altar, almost. So they built the little thing, and they built it in the shape of a doghouse. And so the dogs would actually share, the dogs that he would run around with and feed and stuff. They would hang out there at the guy's grave, and they would like kind of share that doghouse. And I don't know if it's because of like learned experiences, or something else. But like this was back in like the '60s when this happened, right? Like in the late '60s, and their dogs like still hang out at this doghouse. Like the generation of dogs that he fed and hung around with have all died out, but the dogs don't let anybody else go near that guy's grave. And if you go near that guy, and even if there's no dogs there, like if you go near the graves, you'll hear dogs barking, and then dogs will show up. Like if you go near the grave of that guy.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Frog G was letting us. Well, Buffalo Con was saying it's a legit custom wrestling belt. Yeah, looks beautiful. He's sending one of them to John Malin because it was taking forever to send it to him.
Oh, did John Malin whip his ass in the competition?
Yeah, he won last year's October, and he kept saying he was going to send it, but he couldn't make up his mind how it should be designed. And then one of the fellow people in chat, one of the fans, helped get one made.
Is it designed like an actual existing belt, or is it one of those like websites you go to and you design your own?
I don't know how he had it done.
Like, does it look
but-
like the WCW World Heavyweight Championship belt, or?
Supposedly.
Oh yeah.
Something like
Supposedly
that.
that's what Frega says, but I haven't seen it personally myself.
He's like showed it on streams before, but I don't remember. I mean, it looks pretty legit, and it looks like it's got some weight to it. I forgot how much he said it weighed, but he did a short stream where he picked it up from the post office and was bringing it home, and then I think on a live stream, and another live stream before one of his Fractober days, he actually did the opening and showed it on screen. So it's pretty cool.
Cool.
Frog G says Fragajune was every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And thanks for all the feedback and support, Buffalo Con. The creeper
The
reminds me of
sun-kissed girl said, "Don't be late. That's why I can't hardly wait. So open up those golden gates, California. Here I come."
Yeah, I got to do more
Yeah,
exploration,
I'll
but
be back in a second.
it's hard to explore when you don't have a car. I mean, I could still hop on BART and do some exploration, and I might
Hop on
revisit
what?
BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit,
What
the
the hell
local train system.
Oh, wow. I didn't know they had its own name.
Yeah, I could take that out to the city and go visit Pier 39 or what have you, and I might do that still. But I do want to
Ain't
rent
nothing
a
at
car.
Pier 39 except for people asking for money.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's fun to check out the stores, and you got the stinky, noisy seals out there on the platforms in the water. So, you know, it's a fun experience to go to every once in a while. That Creeper reminds me of Vegeta, but I'm not sure who Creeper is. Yeah, I don't know much about a lot of these characters that get picked, but it's fun trying something new, something you're not familiar with. Malin cheated. Vote twice, vote often. It was a friend of Frigga. Yeah, he showed it on stream. It looks really nice, that belt. Yep. Oh, hell yeah. Frog G found the stream that has the live stream with the belt.
Well, I'm out of here. I'm going to go watch that instead.
Yeah. Hey, you stay here and then you open it up in another tab.
I'm
Curse
just kidding.
you.
I'm just kidding.
So I know it's kind of hard to tell, but this is from the Max, and I thought it would be cool to put them in Michael Jackson poses, but I didn't make them pronounced enough, so it doesn't look as emphasized as it should be.
Oh, I see it here. Yeah, it looks kind of like the Intercontinental title from WWE.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I don't know one wrestling belt from the next.
Well, it's a good thing you have me here then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's a cool demon.
Oh, you recognize him? Okay. This is.
I recognize that. That's Homer Simpson.
Yeah. Shit.
Damn, dropping bombs, Dylan, dropping bombs.
Dude, your signature is so enviably recognizable.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I like it.
My signature is so damn stupid.
What?
My signature, like, because I've had it since I was little, right? Like, my signature basically looks like I'm signing the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, well, that's cool, though. Because cursive is really nice. Yeah, so that's supposed to be Jack Kirby's demon. That is supposed to be Tank Girl.
That looks like Rosario Dawson.
After she had sex with Cory Booker.
Damn.
Gosh. Oh, man. Oh,
Look at that pose. I like that.
So Black Cat. That's supposed to be Alita. Yeah, it looks weird with it. Maybe I should have left it black and white, but I was trying to emphasize the blood, or yeah, I think it was blood that she used as war paint.
Yeah, dog's blood.
Oh, what's that?
Killer Croc.
Yeah, Killer Croc. And this is supposed to be, let's see, what do they call her again? Ilyana Rasputina, a.k.a. Magic.
No.
I never heard of her.
Me either.
What is she from?
I don't know. Yeah, I know, real helpful, right?
Is that a Met Spider-Man?
Zombie Spider-Man.
I was close.
I probably should have made him more deteriorated, but and this is
The hell is this goober?
Nexus.
Why does he look like an Easter egg?
An Easter egg. Because I didn't have time to paint the color the black in his uniform. I was and I was trying to put like bands of energy behind him, and it didn't come out as stunning and brave as I hoped.
You should have said it was for a blacklight, stupid.
It's for blacklight. I was basically playing around with different poses and trying different angles. And then the most recent one.
What the fuck is that?
The most recent one is Hip Hop Kaiju. So he's wearing a clock set to the current time is 7:20. Yeah, and then
Current time.
he's oh shit, I did it wrong. It's supposed to be 4:20. Crap. All right. So anyway, I
Yeah, what a lame-o.
Yeah, I know. Ultra lame-o. What the hell? Man, you'd think I was smoking, but then I'd be smoking the wrong thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. That's messed up. Yeah, so that's Hip Hop Kaiju. And that's day 19 out of 31. Wow. So that's the progress.
Fantastic progress, Wyman. Congratulations.
Thanks. Oh, so Magic is an X-Men, they're saying.
Let me go look it up. I want to see.
Magik.
X-person. Let me go look up this X-person.
X-person.
Easter egg. I like Nexus's pose. I guess with the light colors, it. Oh, she's Colossus's sister? Really? Wait, isn't and Colossus is Russian, right? And hence the name Rasputina.
All right, I have a picture. It looks like this picture is like I don't know if this is like Michael Turner or what's the other guy's name that does the girl images all the time?
Oh man, I'm not the right person. I'm the wrong person.
Or the guy that did that famous Mary Jane one that was in some controversy recently.
Oh shoot, that was what's his name? I forget.
Oh, son of a bitch.
This is an image of her right here.
Oh,
Yep, that's her. Yep.
Maybe I can read this signature if I zoom in here. What does it say? Yeah, Campbell. J. Scott Campbell.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you're right. Nailed it.
She's a cutie.
Yeah. That's her, all right. Oh, so who was it who was asking? I think it was Buffalo Con who was asking about it. Oh, Genuine Comics was asking. I don't know if you're still in here, Genuine Comics, but if you are, or if you catch this on replay, I was trying to explain the Boomerang box in my roundabout, long-winded way. But it's a way to promote and advertise YouTube channel creators, and everyone contributes something that represents their channel, and then mails it off to the next person on the list, and on until it returns to Dillard, who throws a big old final stream and does a giveaway. And those who left a comment on the original Boomerang Box stream is eligible to win that jumbo prize. And a couple of notes about it is, when creators receive the box, if there's something like business cards or something, they can help themselves to one. If there's something in the box they really, really want, they can take it, but they have to replace it with something of equal or greater value. So that's something.
Yes, and that equal or greater value is scalable. Meaning you have to have some kind of self-awareness about what it is about your stuff that's valuable.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. It was nice being on. Thank you so much, WyzGyz.
Hey, no problem. It was great having you. Thanks so much for
See you
hopping
later.
on. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be relatively easy for me. Most of my stream will be showing what's in the box and the few things that I'm adding to the mix. And right now, the trading cards are one of the big parts of what I'm contributing.
Mhm.
But I've got a couple other things in the works that are secret right now until that stream happens. But yeah, it's a great and fun idea, this Boomerang Box dealio. So looking forward to it.
I thought it was a good idea. I don't. It's left to be seen whether it's going to be a good idea or not.
Oh, I'm sure people are gonna have a blast. Just got to keep promoting it more. I'm thinking I'm trying to find a creative way maybe to make a video or something to advertise it and to try and drum up more interest and get it shared around some more. Has anyone reached out to you inquiring about being added?
Yeah, a couple of people, but I don't know. I think it's been going on long enough. I mean, we might do another one, like maybe next year, you know?
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, it's coming from Canada. And is it already en route to me?
No, it's not. He's waiting for... There's some stickers coming from Marsupial Gamer to Rick Piper. And when they get to Rick Piper, he's going to throw them in the box because Marsupial forgot to... he didn't forget to put anything in there, but I was giving him such a hard time about having it for so long. He had it for almost 2 months.
2 months?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm like, you've had it for too long already. And he's like, just send it, right? And he's like, all right. He sends it. But then he's like, oh, I didn't put anything in it. And I'm like, why not?
Wait,
like,
what?
Well, I ordered some stickers, but they haven't showed up yet. I'm like, oh, damn it.
The whole reason to have it at your place is so you could add to it.
Right? Like in person. But yeah, so Rick's waiting for those stickers to show up to his house. When they do, he'll throw them in there as well, and then they'll be on your way to you.
So, do you have an idea how long they might be at his place?
How would I know?
I wonder how long it's going to take. I wonder how long it's going to take for it to be delivered from Canada.
It'll probably be like 4 days. When Jiminy Cricket mailed it to Canada, it took like 4 days.
Really? That short?
Yeah.
I send stuff to Canada, but I never know how long.
We live in the modern age. Miracles happen every day.
Oh, come on. You know, as soon as I mail something to Canada, as soon as it hits the border, all tracking ceases. And it goes like, it reached the border somewhere in Canada. And then I cease to hear about anything until I actually see the recipient open it on live stream. So it's like I'm in the dark as to how long it takes to arrive on their end after it hits our border. Yeah. If it only takes 4 freaking days, jeez, that's short. That could mean that I have far less time than I anticipated.
Look, as long as you don't have it for 2 months, you're fine.
Buffalo Con says it sounds like a great idea.
Buffalo gal, won't you come out tonight? Come out
I
tonight.
totally agree. That's why I wanted to be part of it, even though I'm not an artiste like Dillard here.
You're a creator, Wyman. And you have a YouTube channel, which is the biggest caveat.
So
a lot of these guys are like, yeah, I want to be a part of it. I'm like, dude, you don't even have a YouTube channel. What are you doing it for?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
What about this comic book that you were working on with this broad that has electricity?
It's still in the early stages.
In the early stages of writing?
Yeah. And I got to get back to that, but I'm focused. My primary focus right now is creating content on my channel and finishing my preparation for the boomerang box. Right now, the boomerang box is taking precedence. Now that I think I've got Fragtober under my belt, I mean, I'm going to keep competing every night until the end of Fragtober, but a lot of my focus and attention is on getting stuff ready and completed for the boomerang box. And then after that, then I'll return my attention to my book. It's just, I'm trying to get good enough to where I would be happy with my own artwork, but I don't know if I'm going to reach that point, or if I'm going to have to seriously consider outsourcing to another artist. I want to be able to do it myself, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll be happy enough with the result if I do it alone. But,
so I'm going to show you a video right now.
All right.
This is my I was at the park with my daughter, right?
All right.
And this is the very, she's very little. She's 3, right?
Okay.
So she doesn't know how to yet to, fish for a fish. Like she doesn't know how to tie knots. She doesn't know how to cast yet. But she likes to go with me and hang around and throw her pole with a bopper on it and, reel it back in.
Nice.
So we had the poles out there, and then I saw one of the poles was shaking, right? I was like, oh, there's probably a little bluegill on it. So I let her reel it up, and she reels it up. And then, she hands it to me. And I'm trying to give her the fish, and she's never had a fish before, but she's scared of the fish, and I don't know why.
Oh, yeah.
Is a fish, because she tells me in this video that it looks dangerous. I was like, what? Okay, so here, let me show you what's going on here.
Buffalo Con says, so you'll get it in December. You can do it. Thanks for the vote of confidence.
All right, can you see me?
Well, I see you, but I don't see the shared video yet.
Right here. I'm not sharing it. It's on my phone.
Hold on. You're going full screen. Here we go.
So. Push it. Don't push it.
Okay.
Emma, you caught a fish?
Yeah.
Do you want it?
Yeah.
Well, touch it.
It's very dangerous.
Dangerous, not dangerous. Okay, we'll throw it back. He just walks off.
Oh man, that's adorable. I love kids. Excuse me. I think it's just it flip flops around. It's slimy. It's another living creature, and that might be what makes kids nervous.
I don't know, because she's seen me pull up little bluegill and just grab them and take the hook out and throw them back and stuff, and she's like, "Yay!" and jumps around. But I've never told her that it's dangerous.
Well, I think kids can be fine, watching things happen, but it can be a totally different thing doing it yourself and physically experiencing, physically touching it.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm still suspect.
But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. She likes to join me for fishing outings.
Like one of the most adorable things about her that I didn't know I was gonna find adorable, but I do, is she, because she's like potty trained, right? But she's not ready to be on the big toilet yet.
All right.
She likes her little toilet. And because of that, she has this, when we travel places, she has a portable toilet.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a little briefcase that you snap it. And it's like vacuum sealed, because in case you can't dump it out immediately, you have to carry it around. And it has a little vacuum seal and you have to open it up and it looks like a little toilet.
Okay.
And she calls it her valise. Which is what they call briefcases, I guess, in like England. Because she watches that show Peppa Pig.
Oh.
Which is like a British cartoon show.
Yeah.
And so like when she's always talking about, I need my valise. And she'll carry it around, this valise, and it's adorable because she's carrying around a little toilet full of pee and crap,
Cool. Suddenly got quiet.
Huh?
It suddenly went dead silent. I wasn't sure if you got disconnected or something.
Nah, I'm right here, man. I'm right here for you, Wyman. So I don't know. So what have you like? What is your main goal when it comes to like recreation?
I wanted to excuse me. I wanted to go revisit the Monterey Bay Aquarium and possibly revisit I want to go back to Pier 39. Check out whether it's changed at all. And want to revisit the Japanese tea gardens.
The ones in the main park?
Well, there's that one, and there's also one in the East Bay that I really like too, because they do a good job with maintenance and manicuring. But
what is the name of that main park? The one that has the Strawberry Hill, the lake with the little mountain in the middle?
Golden Gate Park.
Is that what it is?
I think that's what you're talking about.
Because I went there one time with my wife as like an anniversary thing, and sorry, I'm coughing. But we rented a rowboat.
Yeah, that's Stowe Lake.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I took a date out there before. That was cool. You did the rowboat too, then, huh?
Yeah.
You guys have fun?
Yeah, sort of. I kind of felt like the rowboat was maybe the wrong choice because it was too fast.
Really?
Yeah, like the other boats, like the paddle boats and all that stuff. I know that they're very inconvenient and they're hard to paddle and they're kind of, a mess. But it seemed like you get to enjoy much more of the scenery. Like we just did one round around the lake and it was super fast because the rowboat moves so quickly,
Yeah, but don't you have like a time limit? I mean, don't you have the freedom to go
To turn
for?
around and go back, yeah, you can do that. But I'm like,
Yeah,
why would I do that if I already saw over there? You know.
no, you just make some circles and kill time and just enjoy the area. You know. Hey, welcome. What about they need to meet? They need to make briefcase toilets for adults.
They make them. They're called trees.
What if they took one of those briefcase toilets and added a couple straps so you can use it like a backpack, and then just pull that with you?
It's gross, dude. I wouldn't do that. I would just go to a public restroom.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. Like everywhere we go, she runs around. My valise, and she'll go and grab it out of the trunk and run around with it. And like, yeah, stop that.
Well, hopefully you got all that on camera so that you can show her when she's older.
Mm-hmm.
She'll crack up. She'll be, don't embarrass me, Dad.
Embarrass you? She was embarrassing me running around with a toilet full of poo.
Yeah, but most adults probably won't know any better.
That's a good thing too, because like if she did call it her toilet, it'd be more embarrassing.
I suppose so. Yeah.
What are you drawing now? Some cheetah lady?
Yeah, from Thundercats Chitara.
Oh yeah.
These first several are basically already sketched. I just have to ink them. But then I have to do a bunch of more sketches from scratch from reference material because I don't have them done yet. So what have you been up to?
Work. I've been working every day very hard. It's fantastic. I get to spend very little time with the kids, so I don't have to watch them, which is great.
Oh, oh man.
What?
So that's why you do it.
That's right.
Okay.
What am I gonna do? I hang around with little kids? Well, I don't got anything in common with little kids.
But this is your turn, your opportunity to shape them. You know, help create from scratch their worldview.
Oh, I do that already. That doesn't take a lot of time.
Prepare them for what the world will do as they get older. Chew them up and spit them out.
No, I mean that's cool and all, but it's just like, what do you do? Because the thing is, you can only hold their attention for so many minutes, right?
Well,
And
that's
like, and then then they really want to like get back to that wooden block they were playing with.
well, I mean that's the challenge, isn't it? To be more interesting and interactive than a wooden block. I mean, isn't that the meaning of life? You
No.
prove yourself more interesting than a wooden block?
Nah. For what? Like, what? I see it like this, right? Like, there's certain times where you want to, instill a value or something like that, right?
Yep.
And you have that opportunity, and then the opportunity is gone. Because the thing is, there's a lot of things that kids have to learn how to do. They have to learn how to associate with other kids.
Mm-hmm.
They have to learn what's hot to touch and what's safe to touch. You know, they have to learn, if I do this and stand on this leg, then I'm going to fall down to the left and hurt myself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They got to do all these things, you know, multiple times throughout the day. They have to learn how to button up a coat. They have to learn how to, you know, put on their shoes on the correct foot, tie their, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that they are learning constantly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have a little opportunity while you're doing those things. Like you can't spend time instilling your life view on your kid while they're trying to button up their coat, because you got to go to the store, and you can't do it for them because, you know, they have to learn how to do it themselves.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there, you're late, and you're like, all right, come on, button your coat. And she's sitting there fumbling and bumbling with these buttons, and then in your head you're cursing why you bought buttons instead of Velcro, you know. And you're like, all right, we're ready to go, let's go. And then you get in the car, put her in the car seat, and then you got to go somewhere. So like there, you don't have any opportunity there to do anything like that. But when those opportunities do arrive or arise,
Yeah.
you do it, right? And then when you do it, and then it's done, and then it's gone, because they also have to learn how to play by themselves, how to entertain themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without being entertained by you or by the TV or the iPad. And that takes a big chunk of time, letting them sit there and entertain themselves and come up, because kids they'll play, right? They'll do, you know, pretend play. But if they're not good, or they don't spend a lot of time doing pretend play, they don't grow. Because like they'll sit there and they'll play with other kids. I've seen other kids say, "Hey, my name is Buzz Lightyear." They'll play with a Buzz Lightyear toy, right? They'll say, "I'm Buzz Lightyear. What's your name?" "Oh, my name is Peppa Pig." You know, and then and that's the end of the conversation, because they don't have an imagination.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. You have to. There's a lot of stuff that kids have to do, and they don't have a lot of time to be like learning life lessons.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But sometimes they do, and you seize on those moments.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So, are you still working on like 5 or 6 different projects at once?
Yeah. Oh, you want to see something? It's kind of cool.
Right.
I got some colors back from the side. I'm working on a project for the Global Frequency people,
Right.
doing a Mavericks, and the guy sent me back a preview, like, "Hey, you want to check out your page that was colored?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. It looks pretty good, dude. I'm impressed by this colors." Let me see if I can grab it real quick.
And they're okay with you sharing it with me?
Probably not, but who cares? You know?
I don't want you getting in trouble with your employers.
I'm fine. It's not giving away no story. It's just a little sneak.
I don't want to be blacklisted in Comicsgate. Let me know when you're ready.
Give me a second here. All right, there we go. Check it out.
All right, just a sec. Oh, wow.
He did a pretty kick-ass job with the colors, huh?
Check that out.
Like with the eagle and the little lens flare happening there. It's
Oh, yeah, yeah. Good touch.
Here. It came out really good. I was impressed.
Who's the colorist?
I don't know.
Hmm. Good. It's looking good.
But he's doing good with the color holds and not going too crazy with the color holds and all that stuff. It's pretty bad. It's pretty badass. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good stuff. So with so many projects on your plate, how do you decide what to do and in what order?
Oh, it all does. It's first come first serve type deal. Like if I got the commission for this before this, then that's what gets done first.
Right, but don't you? Oh, okay.
Like everybody wants everything done, yesterday, but you get it when you order it. That's how it
Right.
works. Like there's another one I can show this. This is another one I'm working on. It's a children's story, and it's a little witch girl.
Buffalo Con says that looks fantastic. The one you shared.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah. So this is the mom and the little witch girl.
Oh man, I love how you did the little girl, especially with the braids, the ponytails.
And the point is for her to have a bunch of hair. She has a lot of hair.
Mm.
And that's her
Nice.
mom.
At
And
first,
her mom's name is Grosa Rosa.
at first I thought the mom had a big old beard, but I see it's just a huge chin.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
This is the name of it.
That's cool. Nice. I dig it.
So that might be, I might end up buying out this person and just taking this completely, but for myself.
Really?
Yeah, the option's on the table. Oops.
Buffalo Con says that reminds me of Bone, very animated.
Oh, I like Bone. It's a compliment. Thank you.
Is it one of those things where a writer approached you and said, "Hey, here's what I got in mind, and if
Yeah.
you're interested in buying the IP, then
Well, not like that. He was more like, hey, I know that because it's a story of a Hispanic little witch and her mom,
okay,
and they have a little sister,
all right,
and it was just a rough idea, and I was like, yeah, maybe I'll I'll play with it a little bit, right? And he was like, well, it's a throwaway thing, so don't worry too much about it. But I like it, so I'm thinking about it. I'm chewing on it, thinking of whether I want to be like a partner or just like because he asked for $200 if I wanted to just buy it out. I'm like, okay, I'll give you $200 to do it, myself.
Shit. That sounds real reasonable.
Yeah, well, he didn't have much to go with, just mainly a concept and one story,
Okay.
Like it's gonna be like a Frog and Toad are friends, like a series of short stories.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know, and then I came up with about 3 short stories myself.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I kind of like this, so I'm thinking about it.
Cool.
And I finished. Do you know who Dario Hernandez is?
The name is familiar. I'm trying to.
He's on like Vic King's show a lot. He's on. He also goes by Glacier Mountain Comics. But I finished, and he already shared this, so I can share it. but I just finished a cover because he's doing a series of covers because he has a book coming out called Manslaughter. And it's kind of long. It's like over 100 pages. So he wants to break it up into chapters, right?
Okay.
And so for every chapter, he wants to have a cover for the chapter, like chapter 2. You know?
I got it.
I just finished chapter 2 and put the trade dress on it and all that, you know, the lettering and everything. So I can share that. Oh, let me show you. I think you've seen the first one, I believe, but let me show you the first one anyway, too. Okay, so let me share this. Share screen, window, and share. There we go. So this was the first one. This is the cover for the first chapter. It's like chapter 1, manslaughter, Ubik of the West. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a burn for a burn, a life for a life. That's how it all started, and that's how it's going to end. So it's like him, because he has like a mechanical arm.
Yeah.
What happens every time a body part gets like chopped off or maimed or whatever, it gets replaced and rebuilt by like nanobots that are inside his body.
Wow.
So that's like his arm kind of forming to what it's going to be.
That's nice.
And then the second one, this one here, is him. He has this is less talking, more dying. Manslaughter, chapter 2, knocking on the devil's door, and it's he's pulling somebody's skeleton out of their body.
Wow. Man, that's cool.
You got the head up here. The head's getting yanked out. Eyeballs falling out of the bottom of the jaw. You know, a lot of blood.
Shit.
A lot of gore.
So, on these 2 covers, are you doing all the coloring yourself?
Yes.
That's nice.
And then I put him in silhouette, kind of like an old horror movie where they would have like the light coming from behind the hallway, you know.
Oh, hell yeah. Shit, that's cool. That's like Mortal Kombat style.
Right? I like that too. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be like a fatality.
I dig it. That's awesome. Wow. You got motion. It's dynamic. You got awesome looking blood splatter. Yeah. Buffalo Khan says that art is great. Really enjoy the colors. The logo reminds me of an MC logo.
That's what I wanted it to look like. I wanted it to look like a motorcycle club logo.
Nice. Mission accomplished.
Thank you. So that's how I pay the bills now that I'm a full-time artist.
Yeah. For sure.
And then been slowly plugging away on finishing up the buckler. I think I'm going to take some time off of everything else in the beginning of probably the beginning of November and just start really getting everything finished with the lettering and getting all the print file ready and all the extra pages, like, you know, the interior cover pages and all that stuff and the indicias and all that stuff. Getting all that stuff ready to go because it's been taking way too long. Let's see. And then I'm so upset. I ended up losing a page from the buckler, dude.
What?
Yeah, like it saved. I think something else saved over it. I don't know how it happened, but I fucking lost all page 48.
Oh, damn.
So I had to redo that.
Oh, you already did redoing it?
Yeah, I finished redoing it, the drawing, but I have to color it again.
This sucks.
You want to see it?
Sure.
It's pretty great. I'll show it to you, even though I shouldn't, because it's a page that I haven't shown anybody before.
All right. You can keep it secret if you like.
No, I like you, Wyman.
0.5. I appreciate it. Let's go with the 0.20.
Okay, so this is the page that I had to redo because it got saved over. But it's here we go.
Hey, Adams, welcome. Is that a wild Dillard I hear?
Yeah, it is. Okay, so right here you can see the buckler's chucking this old man, throwing him at some people.
Oh, man.
And then he's yelling at them. He's like, "You motherfuckers!"
And you got the spit. You got the saliva. Nice.
And then you have Miss Maple. She's looking like, God damn it! There's gonna be a rumble, and there's all these people, and the buckler's like, "Well, who wants some? Come and get some!" Right?
Oh, damn. That looks so good. Oh, man. You're so good with musculature. That is nice. That's going to be a fun book.
So this guy right here, he's kind of like, "Hey, I don't want any of this shit. I'm out of here."
Yeah.
But everybody else is kind of like still angry. They're still with the mob, right? They're still down to rumble. So.
Oh, even that woman up front.
Yeah, even her. You know how women are these days. They get all brave,
Well, yeah. So, my stepdad, he lived in Alaska for almost 3 years. And he was the new kid on the block, but it was like he went into a bar with the I guess his cousin or uncle at the time, who was already living out there. And they see a brawl break out between two women. And so he asks his friend or uncle or whoever, what's up with that? Why are they fighting? And he replies, oh, they're fighting over who's going to get to hang out with you and hit on you. Man, that looks cool. I like it. Adam says, I love the way John does faces. Everyone unique. Not many artists put that kind of effort in. Yeah. Gotta agree with you there.
It's honestly, it's a challenge, and it's boring to draw the same face over and over again. Like that's a lot of people have a hard time drawing faces, and with continuity. Like if you have a character like, oh, it's this guy's neighbor, right? And you see him like a couple of different times in the book. It's hard to get somebody who you haven't really fleshed out entirely. Like the main character, of course, in your head you fleshed out. You know what he looks like front, back, and forward.
Yep.
But these other people, you just got to make them up, and then you got to do another drawing from a different angle. And it's like, I don't really want to do that, put the effort in, but it's hard.
Right.
So drawing a different face every time, it's kind of like a pleasure,
Yeah.
Whoops.
Makes it interesting. For sure. Faux show.
For sure, dude.
Let me see how my full screen. Is it full screen? Solo. Adams, what are you up to tonight or this morning? Whatever it may be for your time zone. Hey Dylan, you're familiar with Thundercats, right?
Oh, yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, thought so.
Oh, you gonna call me out, huh? You
One
gonna,
of
you gonna check on my street cred for Thundercats?
Yeah, one of my, if you had forgotten or weren't familiar, I was going to play the little clip I have of the intro, the main theme. And so far, YouTube hasn't struck me for it, even though it's the entire intro to the cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of surprising.
Thunder, 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 thunder cats.
Mm-hmm.
No, I used to have the Sword of Omens, the toy.
Oh,
I stole it. That was the first thing I ever stole. I stole it.
what?
And I stole it from my crybaby cousin, Ricky.
Nah. You stole from a family member.
Yep. He was, I think I was 6. And he had just went and told his mom, my Aunt Dee Dee, that I had hit him. When in fact I had not hit him. And then I, in turn, got hit by my dad.
Whoa.
And so I said, you know, the hell with all this bullshit. And in order to take revenge, I stole his Thundercat sword. And then he was yelling at me. He's like, "You're not going to take it home. You're not going to take it home." I was like, "Watch me take it home, bitch." And guess what I did? I took it home.
I'm just picturing a young Dillard saying, "Watch me, bitch."
Do you remember the first time you got caught using foul language?
Oh, man. Actually, no.
And then I remember stealing it and thinking, man, that was great. I didn't have to pay for it, ask for it, wait for it. I just took it. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
I should do this more often.
That's what gets you, though. That's what you get overconfident.
Buffalo Con says, gift him one for his birthday and punch him. Should. That bastard got me all hit by my dad. My dad he was good at hitting people too. He was like an artiste. Like he could pull out his belt because he always used to wear slacks, right?
All right.
You know, the grown-ups back in the day, they dress with class, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he always used to wear these slacks. He was a big fat man, my dad. He was 6'4", 380 pounds. And he used to wear slacks, so he had a big long belt. You know, he had a big old fat stomach. And he would unhook his belt with one hand, whip it out like all the way out, and then as the end of the belt came out of the loops, would snatch it with the same hand. So with one hand, he could take his belt out and then catch it and get it ready for, you know, whooping time.
Man,
In one motion.
that's a talent.
Which he mainly only used that for my dad or for my brother.
Because
I was not a behavioral issue. You know what I mean?
You weren't.
Like for instance, I did bad in school, right? I was not a studious kid. Not to say that I didn't like learning. I did like learning a lot, but I never did homework, which was my issue, which is why I failed my classes. Like my teacher actually went and called my parents, and he was like, the kid knows the subject matter, but he's refusing to do the homework. I have to fail this kid. I think you should do something about it because he is actually quite brilliant. And because I was like a sponge, right? I liked hearing things. I liked hearing stories. And if teacher would tell me something in story form, oh my God, I would eat it up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And remember it to this day, you know. But I was so goddamn lazy, and I didn't have good parenting. They weren't on me, you know, about homework stuff. So I was like, hey, whatever. But so I wasn't actually like somebody that was out there like causing fights or skipping class or telling teachers, you know, eat my shorts, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't a behavioral problem. I was just a slacker.
Gotcha.
I did skip school a few times to go fishing.
You go fishing, huh?
Yeah. I remember they caught me sneaking back onto the campus. And they went through my backpack. The officer. I had an officer at my school, right? His name was, and I'm not kidding you at all. His name is Officer Hampton.
No way.
Like an officer, like a pig named Officer Hampton. And he went through my backpack and he was like, "What the hell is this?" And he was opening up jars of power bait and he was like smelling it. And he was like, "What is this?" And I was like, "It's bait for fishing." He's like, "I don't believe you."
He didn't believe you?
Because we had to, okay, like there's a bunch of spots in my neighborhood that were kind of like back in the day, they were kind of like secret fishing holes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But we only had one, and it was at a construction site that was near my high school. So if you were to take off, you know, you would go there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I stashed my pole there.
Mm.
But you don't want to leave, like, you know, everything. So I would take my tackle and my baits and stuff with me in my backpack.
Sure.
So I couldn't say, like, well, you know, why would I lie about fishing? If I had a fishing pole, it would have, you know, proven what I was doing.
Yeah.
But I left it there. It was like a homeless, I don't know, if it was like a homeless blanket or something. It was like a blanket next to like some fallen pepper trees. We just put everything under the blanket, put the blanket over it.
Mm-hmm.
You go and get it the next day, you know?
Absolutely. Adam says, "Hey, Chitara, I just got up late, not started work yet. It's mostly meetings for me. Seems fair to me. Gift him one for his B-Day and punch him." Yeah, you read that earlier. I remember the belt and just hoping I didn't get hit by the buckle. Yeah. My brother was the reason I always got it for my brother's behavior. Yeah, some families, the one kid gets away with everything and the other one catches the flack.
Well, what happens is when you have a brother and you're kind of close in age,
Right.
he'll catch it. But then you'll also catch it because you probably were around co-signing his bullshit.
Yeah. All sounds a bit Tom Sawyer to you, Kate years. Buffalo says, "It's crazy. My dad and his classmates brought guns in their vehicles to go hunting afterwards. Me and my class had to duck from gangs shooting at each other."
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what you do after school, right? That's what it's kind of like your thing.
Yep.
But while you're in school, it's a whole different world being in high school, right? You're so concerned about like what you're wearing and what you say, and everything is so important, and everything's a life-ending situation. And as soon as that bell rings and you're away from your classmates, like all that stuff just goes out the window and you just do whatever the hell you want.
I wasn't so much concerned with any of that stuff in school. I was like, all right, do your homework, get good grades, do well in school, pay attention, spend some time with friends, play some video games, and watch cartoons on TV. I was very much a nerd.
Well, I don't know, because like you're in school, right? And when you're in school, the main thing, and it shouldn't be the main thing, but the main thing you're concerned about while you're in school is girls, right?
Yeah.
Which is why you fight for your rep. You know what I mean? Because who really cares about your reputation? But it's going to impact you severely if, you know, the girls find out that you got punked by somebody or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's the worst situation to be in. Like, I remember I was I was driving, and I was over the road trucker, and I was somewhere in Colorado, I think near Golden, Colorado, and it was snowing. Of course, it was a winter time, and I was at a truck stop, and I was in there washing my clothes, and because I would be out for a couple of months at a time, and I was washing my clothes, and I go outside. I mean, I'm wearing like shorts, but I'm wearing a super super heavy coat.
Right.
Because it's snowing out there. But they have like these little awning areas where you can go outside and smoke.
Okay.
It's not quite outside, but it's not quite inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm out there smoking, and then I see, this homeless bum, this dirty bum, and he's sleeping on this bench or underneath this bench, right? So
Right.
the snow don't get on him. He's sleeping underneath this bench, and there's snowballs are being thrown at him. And I'm like, that's kind of jacked up, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm all for like, harassing bums when the weather's nice. But when it's cold, it's
Yeah, it's messed up.
Yeah. So I walk out there and I look to see who's doing it. And wouldn't you know it, high school age kids. But there's 4 guys and 2 girls. Now, if you want to get your ass whooped, if you're out looking for an ass whooping, easiest way to catch one is to, confront high school boys while girls are watching.
Yeah.
So I'm like, God, what do I do, right? So I'm like, okay, I think I found a way to kind of confront this situation without getting my ass kicked. So what I do is I gather up a snowball and I chuck it at one of the guys.
Uh-huh.
And as it hits him, I tell him, stop fucking around with this bum. It's cold out here. Then I kind of like stare at him, right? Because I want to see what they're gonna do. And then they look at me for a little bit and they kind of like wave their hand like, "Oh, fag," and they walk away. And I'm like, "Oh, thank God."
Oh man. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a toss-up sometimes. Figuring out.
Oh yeah, they could have. They just as easily could have been like, "What's it to you, punk?" and then kick my ass.
Yeah. Kind of like that scene from the movie Kick-Ass.
Yeah.
Buffalo says it's crazy. My dad and his classmates. Oh, I already read that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. The police would show up when high school ended every day and had agreement what corners and how many members would show up to pick up their kids. Gang members.
Yeah. No, we had this liquor store next to our high school called Can Do Market.
All right.
And that was the place after school. If you were going to get in a fight, I'm going to meet you at Can Do, right?
Oh, all right.
So everybody would go there after high school. When school would let out, everybody would be at Can Do because if you wanted a soda or something, that's also a place where kind of girls hung out. And then everybody that had cars would be parked around, and they'd all be waiting because every day there was at least high schools. There's a lot of people in my high school. There was like the graduating class was like 2,000 seniors. So it's like there was gonna be a fight every day at Can Do. Some guy from his Spanish class over there was beefing with somebody else because he said something about his sister. There was gonna be a fight from somebody every day at Can Do. So you could catch a fight there.
You catch a fight.
Yeah, and so we'd all go to Can Do Market, and we'd all be hanging around. I remember I got some guy. The only time I ever told somebody I'll meet you at Can Do Market, because I had this arch nemesis.
Really?
His name was Daryl Shirley. We called him Squash Man because his mom used to. Because I was his friend, right, when we were younger, like in middle school. He was a friend of mine, and then he stole. I don't know if you're familiar with a magazine called Lowrider Magazine.
Yeah, I am.
Well, they used to have a section in Lowrider Magazine called Lowrider Art.
All right.
And I made a drawing to submit to Lowrider Magazine.
Nice.
It was like a panther, like drinking water out of a lake with the lowrider logo reflected as like the moon. You know,
Oh yeah.
it was cool. It actually got in the magazine under the name Daryl Shirley.
All right.
Because he stole my fucking artwork and he submitted it as his own.
Oh.
Needless to say, I was irate.
Yeah.
And back in those days, when you submitted artwork to a magazine, you never got it back.
Right. Yep.
Yeah,
One-way ticket.
Yeah. So I found out, my artwork was missing. I didn't know who took it until, a couple of months later. I think it was like 6 months later, even. I was still friends with him at the time. It comes out. I see the magazine, and it says Daryl Shirley, and it was like second place, and it was my picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, hell no, Squash Man. Because his mom used to make him go around giving squash to people because she would grow squash in her backyard.
Sure.
So, here comes Squash Man with the squash, right? So, I got in a fight with him in the front yard. And, of course, my dad comes out and then kicks my ass for fighting in the front yard. And he didn't have no daddy, right? He just had a mama. So I'm like, whatever. I was all upset. And then the thing was, he was my next door neighbor, so we had like a screen window, and I poked a hole in my screen window so that I can shoot at him with my BB gun.
Oh man.
And so we never really had like a beef that ever got squashed.
Squashed.
So we were like, every time we saw each other, it was like instant fight. And to this day, if I'm walking down the street and I see this fool at like an intersection, I'm yanking him out the window. Buffalo Con says, I used to get Lowrider magazine, just the art, when I was in high school. I remember a piece like that. Not sure. Oh, if you might have seen it. So, and that's the only time I ever called him out, because there was a big old riot at my school. It was my junior year, and there was a big old riot. It was the Mexicans versus the white people. And so, of course, I don't speak Spanish. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't got a dog in this fight. So I'm like, I'm just watching. So I'm watching, and then I see Squash Man, because he turned into a cholo. And, I see him getting arrested by one of the police officers, right? They have like 13, 14 kids on the floor on their stomachs in handcuffs or zip ties, right? And I'm like, hey, look, it's Squash Man. And I run over and I kick him in the face.
Oh, damn. Oh.
And so everybody sees this, right? And they're like, everybody's laughing. And so he's all incensed, right? He's like, well, now his honor has been besmirched. And he didn't. The thing was, I didn't get in a fight with him very often because he never hung out with the rest of us, right? He always hung out in what we called in our high school TJ or Tijuana, right? Like where the Mexicans hang out. Okay. So we never seen it. I wouldn't never see him on a daily basis, not even like class to class. So the next day he rolls up with all of his homies, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm calling you out. I'm like, yeah, call me out, MRF. I'll meet you at Can Do Market, kick your ass. Now, mind you, I took the bus to school. So if I'm going to go to Can Do Market, that means I'm missing my bus, and I have to walk home about a mile. So I go to Can Do Market, and I get there. My brother's there. And I'm like, fool, like, you've already been out of high school for like a year. What are you doing here? He's like, I heard you're going to have a fight with Squash Man. I was like, so? And he's like, well, I want to get in on it. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So we're waiting there for like, we're waiting there for like a good 40 minutes. The dude never shows up.
What?
And he got homies, right? Like, he got like if he wanted to bring a crew, he could have brought a crew.
Yeah, I mean,
because he was with the Cholos,
Yeah, didn't they have a car or something as well?
Yeah, and I'm there by myself with my buddy Steve, and then my brother Frank, who was by himself. He showed up in his car. And so the guys never show up. My brother's like, so what's up with your friend? He's not going to show up to fight? And I'm like, I guess not. And then he leaves me there. I got to walk home because he doesn't want to give me a ride home because there was no fight and he missed out on a fight.
Oh God! You didn't even get a ride home.
I'm like, dude, I missed the bus. Can you give me a ride home? He's like, no, I'm not going home. Bye.
Oh, dude. That's a brother for you.
Mm-hmm. But I think what the issue was, he just wanted to come out in the school and call me out publicly to make it look like he was tough, and then he didn't show up.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, this guy. So I call him out, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna meet you at Harupa Middle School. Yeah, that's the one. And there, if by chance you were to show up to Harupa Middle School, you would catch an ass whooping by me, John Dillard. And so, because again, he's my neighbor, right? So I know he can get there. So, all that stuff happens, and it kind of dies away. I don't really see him anymore. He never shows up to any fight. I'm like, all right. And that was the only time I ever go out looking for a fight.
Mm-hmm.
It was with Squash Man. Because fuck Squash Man, that's why. So I'm in, the next year, of course I fail. I don't graduate. And I have to go to this, credit, like one of those schools, like a community school where you make up a bunch of credits.
Gotcha.
So I'm in this school called Riverside Community High. It's basically an empty office building next to, like a little strip mall.
Yeah.
It's got like six students, and all of them are there because they're all on probation or something. I don't know, but the reason I was there was because I just didn't do the homework and I failed classes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm there, and that one was actually a lot closer to my house. I only had to walk about maybe a quarter of a mile home. And guess who I see?
Squash Man?
Yes, I see Squash Man. He's there to pick up one of his friends who goes to the same school. I had no idea. I had no idea walking out of that room that I would see Squash Man, of all people.
Yeah.
And he's standing outside of his car. And at the time, I was driving, my car was a 1990 Chevy Suburban. Massive car. It was old as dirt. It looked like shit. But that was my car. And I see him. It wasn't maybe more than 4 spaces away from my car. It was his car. And he's standing out there talking to one of his friends.
Mm-hmm.
And he sees me come out of this classroom. And I see him get real nervous. And he gets back into his car. And he's like, let's go, to his friend, right? But not like panicking. Like, trying to like save face. Like, I don't want to be around here.
Mm-hmm.
So I let his friend go to the other side of the car and get in. And as the friend closes his door, that's when I rush over and I open up his door and pull him out and we start fighting.
Oh, shit. Oh, man.
And then I had this teacher named Miss Dietrich, right? And Miss Dietrich she was like this German. She had a really heavy accent. And she was like, it was her, because the school only had one teacher and it had one TA, or teacher's assistant.
Yep.
And the teacher's assistant had already left like an hour before. So it was just Miss Dietrich there. And she comes out and she's like, Dillard. And I'm like, what? Because I'm in the middle of a fight, right? But the thing is, Squashman's a punk. Squashman's a punk, so I'm winning easily. And his friend's not even getting involved because his friend was a real little guy. And she's like, you need to stop or I'm taking away. Because the thing was, I had gotten, because of my artwork stuff, I had done the entire Christmas thing for the classroom. And because I did the entire Christmas thing, like all the decorations, everything for the class, like she gave me a pass on my math credits.
Oh.
And she was like, you need to stop where I'm taking your math credits. And I'm like, oh, you bitch. So I still didn't get my full vindication. Like I really, really wanted to do a number on him,
Right.
So I'm like, I let him go. And he got in the car and took off.
Oh, man.
So it's unfinished business. So if I do see this guy today, I'm still going for him.
I'm calling you out. Oh, man. Buffalo says, liquor store next to the high school sounds like trouble. You called him Squash Man. He used to get Little Rider magazine, just the art. When I was in high school, I remember a piece like that. Not sure if it's the same. And he just wanted you to miss the bus. Am I taking requests? Oh, I hadn't thought about it, but if you got something in mind, I'll consider it. Basically, Diller thinks I'm a blooming idiot for even trying this, but I was going to try and make 27 trading cards, sketch cards. I was thinking 9 cards fit in a sheet, in a binder sheet that holds trading cards. So I was going to do 9 pop culture stuff to represent my Phantom Menace ties, 9 Comicsgate cards to represent CG characters. And then I was going to do 9 kind of 9 cards that are like, I don't know if I'm still going to do that many, but the idea that I originally had for the Boomerang box is those 2 sets of 9, and then the final set of 9 was going to be like a CG creator, you know, either like a picture of them with the character they're most known for, you know, their main IP. So, for example, RT Bear would be with Black and White. EVS would be with Cyber Frog. John Dillard would be with the Buckler. You know, that kind of stuff. Buffalo asks, did you ever see the squash after you all graduated?
No, not yet. Well, the thing was this, right? Like, the main thing that he really like. Okay, we had beef because of the artwork, and it was kind of like a, you know, that's the kind of beef that would go away, right? But what happened? This was again. I met him when we were in middle school, right? When we were walking back from Hooper Middle back to our houses, and I already didn't like him. You know, we were beefing. But his sister got hit by a car.
Ooh.
And when that happened, he was in the middle of the street, you know, saying, you know, somebody, you know, go, because there was like a house nearby. They're like, oh, go call 911, all this stuff. And I was like, yada, yada, yada. And I run over and I start laughing at him and I punch him. And I call his sister a few names and all that stuff. So, and she was fine. You know, she was on the floor and all that. I don't even think she had a broken bone. I think she had like a pulled muscle or whatever. I don't know. But because of that like solidified the beef. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And I'll admit that was a dick move on my part, but at the same time, I was already beefing with him, so who cares?
Yeah, so if you run across him to this day, you're going to call him out.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to call him out. I'm just going to give him an uppercut.
Oh, shit. He'll be like, Dillard, is that you? Oh, man. Buffalo Con is asking me to draw a villain called Squash Man.
Yeah, make sure to make him look real gay.
Take this. I'm going to knock you on your gourd. Take this blast of butternut squash power. Tempted to try and cause an awkward situation and ask for the buckler. Sweet Adams sound like we might see him do a buckler sketch. That's horrible. I'm glad you said she was okay. That was getting dark. This whole, Adam says, this whole story just took on a new dimension. Hope he kicks your ass, John.
Yeah. He might. I'm not in great shape no more. I got a bad back now, you know.
Oh man.
I could be in the middle of a scuffle and then my back goes out. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, you know, you and
But
your
yeah, I ain't got no. There's no love laws between me and this guy. I don't like him.
make squash, not war.
And I hate squash too. My mom always. You ever had this? I guess it's better known. The dish is better known as ratatouille.
Oh, right.
But in Mexican culture, it's known as calabacitas,
Okay.
which is basically just like boiled squash in a stew. And I
Right.
hate squash. And my mom was a terrible cook, and
No.
she made it awfully. So like to this day, when I taste any kind of squash, butternut squash, any kind of squash, I get dry heaves. Like when I smell squash like being cooked, I go like it gives me a little bit of dry heave in my throat.
Right.
My mom was and the thing is I've had it since,
Uh-huh.
and it wasn't like, oh, this is terrible, I want to throw up. It was edible, but I have to like stop the smell. I can't inhale the smell of squash.
I love squash, man. I just love it. I'll make, like for Thanksgiving, we make this like a multi-squash dish. And so we'll do like turnips, parsnips, and butternut squash. And then peel them, chop them into chunks, boil them till they're tender, and then smash them up into a mash. And add brown sugar, and oh, it's so good, so good.
No, it sounds terrible.
Oh, hell no. It's good stuff.
Squash. Get out of here with that.
Hell yeah. Good stuff. You probably told me, but who does the cooking at home? You or
nobody. That's why I'm losing weight.
I mean, between you and the wife.
Oh, my wife will do the cooking.
Is she good?
When she tries.
So when she doesn't try, do you guys just order takeout?
Honestly, you know what? Let me tell you something. It's about 50-50 when it comes to cooking around here.
Is that right?
Yeah, because like normally, okay, like normally like dinner isn't really a big thing for us, right? And because she also works, like we don't really meet up for dinner. Like it's always like either I already made something to eat and I'm done, or she got something to eat on the way home and she's not cooking. So like, but when we do cook, which is probably about twice a week, it's usually me making steaks or some sort of meat, and she'll like go inside and like, cook some green beans or something with butter and salt. So it's like I don't really know. But every now and then she'll be like, "Oh, I feel like cooking," and the thing is, she's terrible, right? She doesn't know how to make she doesn't know how to stretch $1.
What?
I'm dead serious, dead ass serious. Like she doesn't know how to go to the store and get like food for the week.
Oh, all right.
Like she'll go and look up like a recipe for, I don't know, meatloaf, right? Go to the store, get only the ingredients for that recipe, and then come home and make it and spend like a fortune. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm like, what? Like, this is something you do like if you're gonna take a dish to Thanksgiving dinner to somebody else's house, right?
Right.
But like, no, like she's like when she cooks, it's like, oh, she wants to make a production out of it.
Right. Gotcha.
And me, I'm like, I just want dinner, right? Because I'm gonna eat again in the morning, so it doesn't have to be great.
It doesn't have to be great.
It doesn't have to be like, something you see on Pinterest. It's like, just give me dinner, dude. Buffalo Con says, great weight loss program. It is. Not eating it helps you lose weight really fast. He says, what's your favorite meal to make / what's your favorite meal your wife makes? Well, my wife does make very good. I guess it's like what she used to make her family, so I guess it's like a home recipe. But it's you're aware of a dish called chile verde, right? Like green chili.
I don't think
It's like
so.
it's like chopped up. You know, you can either barbecue or like roast some pork, some chopped up pork with you know, green chili sauce, and she grinds up the chilies herself and all that. And it's pretty good, and we usually eat that with like beans and tortillas. And she makes that, and that's very good. That's my favorite meal that she makes.
Cool.
For me, like again, like I don't really, I'm not exactly like a cook, right? Like I think cooks are like it's very feminine to be a cook.
Oh, you mean you'd rather be considered a chef?
No, and I think that's feminine too. No, I mean like if I'm out there barbecuing, right? It's like that barbecuing is basically cooking, and cooking is women's work.
Right.
Like I don't even like barbecuing.
Well, you know,
I'm like, why am I barbecuing? She should be doing this shit. But yeah, when I cook, my favorite meal is whatever I can get done really fast and taste decent enough.
would it be correct to say you're easy to please then?
Yeah, if you no, absolutely not. Like even something very simple, I'm very particular about, which is probably why it's best that I make my own food. Like even something so simple. Okay, here's something that was an issue, right? Ramen noodles.
Okay.
You figure there's basically, you know, you can't make ramen noodles badly, right? They're already pretty much made. You just kind of put it together.
For the most part.
So this is how I like my ramen noodles. Number one, I like it hot. Very, very hot.
Right.
So what I will do is I will get my my preferred brand of ramen noodles is Maruchan,
Oh, yeah.
the cheap one, right?
Right.
I'll get 3 of those, 3 packs. And then I take the third pack, I break it in half and throw it away.
Wait, what? You break it in half and throw it away?
Yeah, so basically I'll eat 2.5 packs of noodles.
Oh. Why
Okay.
don't you save it for later?
You can't save noodles for later, Wyman. Damn it.
Yeah, Dillard. You save it for later for if you need to do a repair on a broken table.
No.
Yeah. You just use glue and plenty of glue and a block of ramen noodles, and you've got yourself a quick fix.
That's ridiculous. What a crazy thing to say.
Either that or you save it for your next meal when you need another half a block of ramen.
Well, no, this is the reason, right? The reason I do this is because I feel that they don't put enough packets of flavoring.
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so what I do is I take 2.5 servings of ramen and I put 3 servings of flavoring.
Okay, yeah.
You follow me now?
Yeah.
So I have 3 packets of flavor and I have 2.5 packets of ramen. I don't put that in the water until it comes to a boil. So what I do is I boil a little pot of water, super high heat, toss it. As soon as it starts to boil, I'll toss in my ramen. When I toss in my ramen, that's when I turn on the other burner and start scrambling an egg. The egg has to be scrambled in butter.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, when the egg is almost done, that's when my ramen's about ready. I'll turn off the eggs, but I'll leave them open. I'll leave the lid open so that it kind of dries out a little bit.
All right.
They're cooked thoroughly. They're not burned. I don't scramble my eggs until they're brown. I scramble them until they're just like ready. Then my ramen should be done. I take that off the stove. I take the pot over to the sink, and I use my fork that I'm going to eat with as a strainer, and I strain out all the water that's in there because the water is all cloudy. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Then I'll have the water running so that it's hot, right? Then I'll fill up the pan about halfway through. This has the noodles in it still, right?
All
Now
right.
it's noodles without water. Then I'll fill that up about halfway with hot water from the tap, and then I'll strain out the water until the water line is just below the noodles. This way, the noodles reheat the water, and the pan reheats the water, so it's still very hot. And I have just a little bit of liquid in there underneath the noodles, and then I dump in my 3 packets of flavoring. And I want I take off the noodles immediately when they're done. I don't like them overcooked in the slightest.
Yeah, sometimes it bugs me when the noodles are overcooked.
So once I do that, then I take it, right? I take it back and I stir it all in. I stir in the flavoring to the noodles, and then I dump all the eggs, which are now dry, and re-liquefy them or re-wet them as I dump them into the noodles. And then I have a pot. It's about, I don't know. It's a good amount of size. It's more food than a person should normally eat for a meal. 2.5 packs of ramen plus eggs. But then I take that and I get a very large bowl because under no circumstances am I going to leave that on the stove and then go and get more. You know what I mean? When I sit down to eat, I want everything I'm going to eat on the table right there and then.
Oh yeah, sure.
None of this seconds bullshit, So I get a nice big bowl that can hold all them noodles, and I just dump them all in there, and then I enjoy it. And I enjoy it while it's still piping hot. Now, given how I make noodles, right, what I just told you, do you think it's easy for me to eat noodles that my wife makes?
Oh, hell no.
There's so many things that she could do wrong and always does,
Has she attempted it before?
Yes, she has. And I thanked her for her attempt.
And then you chewed her out like Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, yeah, our first fight. Oh, yeah, I threw her ramen noodle skills back in her face.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
No, I wasn't mean about it, but I was like, thank you for the attempt, but let me do it myself from now on. Thank you.
Is there something that she really enjoys that you make that,
Yeah, everything I make is very fattening, very like country style, so she likes everything I make.
Okay.
Because she cooks with olive oil and stuff, and
Wow.
I don't know why. It's fucking gross. Like, I only cook with butter or lard.
I cook with both. I like both.
She sounds like someone that would season it herself, then use the packets. What? How wrong can she go? Same packet noodles, same seasoning sachet. You would think it'd be easy to do, but no, she can't figure it out.
I think it's the timing of it.
It is. It's the timing of it. That's a big deal.
I've seen that video where they fix the table. Yeah, see? Buffalo knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but all you have to use is any material. It doesn't have to be ramen noodles.
Well, it's convenient, it's cheap, and it's solid. That is the worst cooking show on YouTube. That's a very detailed explanation.
This is the worst cooking show on YouTube.
Explanation of how to make packet noodles. I'm gonna make some. I'm gonna make some Diller noodles. Oh man, we should clip this and then just focus on the part about making new. Oh man,
I should clip this and send it to my wife.
yeah, and we should make take the audio, extract it, and then or save the audio as a separate file, and then create an animation using Clip Studio, animating you cooking the noodles, and then show a tutorial video.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna start doing those animations I used to do. You remember I used to do those little animations?
Oh man, yeah.
So I got a new. I'm changing the setup, right? I don't know if you guys in the chat have ever. You know what? Let me pull it up. Can I pull it up?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Let me pull it up, and I'll share like play one of the old animations that I used to do. Right.
Now, are you also still doing the web comic strips?
No,
Okay.
I can't. I'm so behind on stuff, and then I got all this more work to do. So I used to do a thing called the Cult of Raven comics, right? Because I'm a member of a cult called the Cult of Raven.
Isn't that what your logo is based off of?
Yes.
Your brand, your what's it called?
My imprint.
Yeah, your imprint. That's the term. Adam says, "Can't wait for the Wise Holiday Special where Waldorf and Statler here make Christmas dinner."
All right, look, I'm gonna share this, okay?
Yeah.
Share screen.
Buffalo is asking, "Cult of Raven?" I think, as I understand, it's like the Cult of Personality.
All right, let me know. I'm sharing it right now. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay? Can you hear it, Wyman?
No audio yet. There it is.
Okay. So this is the Cult of Raven comics. This is supposed to be like a little skit. This is only about a minute long. Can I play the whole thing?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, so it's about a minute and a half long, and it says the Cult of Raven established 2017 meets here Sunday 2 to 3. But so it's just everybody I hung out with on YouTube, and I would make little animations, right? So this is what it was. Out of that glory hole.
Yeah,
I shouldn't go to those though.
I would not ever go to a glory hole.
I mean, I know they're fun and all, but
what if there's like a bear trap set up on the other side?
What if there's a chimpanzee on the other side? I seen this TV show where they were playing jokes on girls, and they were like, "Oh, would you kiss this guy?" Right? And they're like, and we're gonna see, "Oh, can you judge these kisses?" And they got these super hot guys to sit on these pools, and then as soon as they blindfold the girls, they replace the guys with chimpanzees. No, wait, that's a lie. They replaced them with baby or like young orangutans.
It's just a prank, bro.
And the girls were all kissing the orangutan all passionately. It was disgusting.
Just a prank.
And then when they took the blindfolds off, the girls were like, "Oh my goodness!" And they had a good laugh and all that. I would be mortified. I'd start swinging. You remember that skit on Saturday Night Live with Chris Farley where they give him Colombian decaffeinated coffee crystals instead of actual coffee?
Lied to me.
Okay, that's exactly how I would feel if they took out the blindfold and it was some sort of animal that I was macking down on. Like maybe flipping tables, choking people out.
God is my witness.
It's a great skit. Well, there you go.
Yeah, those were good. Like you would take.
Say what?
Those were good. You would take a stream, basically where you and your buddies were discussing something, and then you do an animation to it.
So I'm gonna do that again, except in the canon, the Cult of Raven, the Cult of Raven comics store burned down. So we're now doing it from the basement of the Buckler's hideout.
Oh, all right.
And this is the let me see if I can find the image here. I redid the background. I'm making some new assets for it. So it's going to be a little higher quality production. But let me show this to you. This is what's going to be. This is going to be the new one. There you go. I'm sharing it now.
Hold on a minute. Oh, and Buffalo Con says, "What is that real? That was good."
Thank you.
Ooh.
It's nice,
Oh,
right?
oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, damn. Oh, look at the movie, the poster. Oh, that's cool, man. That reminds me of, that makes me think of video games back in the day.
Right. So
Like,
this is going to be the new one. I'm going to have little, a couple of different positions for the arms, the faces, and then if I can here, let me open this back up. Window layers.
so are you actually animating all this in Clip Studio?
No, I'm doing it in another one called Olive.
Olive.
But you see, I can take out myself. I could put somebody else there.
Oh, wow.
I can take out the ashtray, put something else on the table. I'm working on one where I'm gonna have a. Let me open this window here. Tool. Yeah, so I'm working on another one because again, you got to do all this stuff. Like it takes time.
Sure.
So like I'm gonna have right here, like a little stand. Like if I want to talk about somebody's comic, it'll be right here on the table.
Oh.
And I can insert that.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have another chair right here.
What a good idea.
Where somebody can be here like this, chit chatting with me, whatever. I'm gonna have another chair here, where somebody else could be kind of sitting down and talking about whatever. We could have drinks on the table. We could be playing a board game, whatever. Just make a whole bunch of assets, And that stuff takes a lot of time. Like to make that 1 minute episode that you just watched took me almost like 6-7 hours.
6-7 hours.
Yeah, so it's like you got to really pick and choose what you're going to work on because it takes up a good chunk of your time.
Oh,
But
yeah.
People like them, It's just that it never really caught on because I think because of the thumbnails that I made, people didn't really understand what it was. Nobody really watched it. But everybody that has seen them, they're like, "Oh, you should do more of those. I like that."
Yeah, it's freaking time consuming for sure. Is Olive an expensive program?
No, it's free.
Is it? Is it PC or Mac or both? Do you know?
Both.
What? Olive?
Yeah.
Is it? Do you find it easy to pick up and learn, or?
Yes. And the thing is, I'm not very good at learning stuff. It takes I have an old brain. I'm one of those smooth brain people, and I need things explained very simply. But there's not a lot of features on Olive, so you don't have to really get too bogged down in the mire when figuring stuff out.
Are you basically taking individual frames or images and then importing them into Olive, and then you just use that as a tool to create motion?
Yes. Because
Oh,
if you notice, there really was no motion except for that chicken in the beginning.
right.
Because what you can do is you can take your asset as a PNG, right? They all have to have transparent layers. You put it on there, and then you can click at this timestamp, I want it to be here, and then at this timestamp, I want it to be in this position. So when it rolls, it'll just slowly scroll across the page, right? And when it comes to the mouths, the talking, it's basically there's just two. There's this one and then this one. Right?
Yeah.
And so I just like click yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no on the timeline. So when people are talking, the mouth is just flapping open and closed real fast. And then there'll be a picture, an image of me like standing there like that with my drink, and then another picture of me, pointing at somebody. Because it's not like the arm moves; it's just cutting from frame to frame. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Real low budget animation, but even still, super time consuming.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's enough to get the job done. Did you ever catch the animation intro for the Ryan Cardinals book?
Yes, that was great.
Yeah, he did a good
And
job.
fuck that guy. That guy's amazing.
It was like he knew he wanted to create his own animated intro, and then he put the time into it. And as with anything, animation takes a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see. Is this the one? All right, let me see here. Share that. Let's see. I think this is the one. And then let's see. Let's make this big. And then make it even bigger. Oops.
The story of Blood and Stone issues 1 and 2 go live on Indiegogo September 7th. Be sure to get your hands on these action-packed adventure comics and don't miss out.
Sweet. Oh man. Good stuff. Good stuff. I like that. Buffalo says these are going to be great. Looking forward to it. Hey, there's Timothy Olsen. Oh shit, it's John Dillard. Hey Tim, what? Don't you usually have an avatar? I'm just seeing a generic letter T, like a default one.
Yeah, like this great avatar.
Yeah, except his is just literally a letter T instead of a logo even. I thought he had I thought he had like this character, Melvin, or something like that if I remember.
But there, I had seen somewhere on Twitter. I don't know who shared it. I forgot what the story was, all that stuff. But I seen somebody do a new trailer for their comic book, and oh, it was good.
Really?
Like, yeah, and it was done like fuck, what was it? You know how they do those motion comics?
Oh yeah.
It was kind of like that, but more dynamic, a lot more angle shifting and all that stuff. It was really cool. I forget who shared it though. I can't find it. I'm looking for it right now and I can't find it on my Twitter. But like, I think who had the best trailer intro so far was Starblades from Kyle Ritter.
Oh yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah. Let me see. Can I still find it?
You know what? Here, let me share that. I'm have it up right now.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah.
Like check this bad boy out here. This is great. Look at this.
Yeah, that's cool.
How cool was that?
Love it. Yeah, I think Kyle Ritter did it all himself too.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There's our Tim Olson. There we go. Adam says Starblaze trailer was incredible. Wasn't actually going to back that campaign until I happened to watch the trailer. Yeah, a good trailer can go a long way.
So the only thing I don't like about the Starblaze trailer, even though it was great, there was no dialogue, right?
Yeah.
So like I really like dialogue in a trailer.
I like
Even if it's not like, even if you're not pretending that it's like a movie and like got the characters talking, even if it's just somebody talking over something cool happening.
Yeah.
What is that little sponge there for?
As I understand it, it's for removing the excess shaved off lead. That's
So
what
instead of like holding it up and blowing on it.
Yeah. Or yeah, instead of blowing on it, letting it get all over your floor. It's like a cigarette filter, I think. And then you just push it in there and it removes the shavings.
Did you know that you can use the back of your pen as a sharpener?
Yeah, I knew that. That was one of the coolest things when I first was studying. Well, my degree is in electronics, but we did some, basic, not architecture, but drawing with mechanical pencils and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Like designing chassis and things like that, because we built a switching power supply in one of our classes.
Mm.
So we had to learn how to, draw chassis, taking into account the bending clearance and things like that.
You lost me completely, but I follow you.
Yeah, like so if you take a flat piece of metal, you bend it to a right angle. In order to bend it to a right angle, you're not you have to account for an additional amount of distance, because the bend of the metal is not a true 90-degree angle. It's actually a curve, and that curve requires you to factor in to your calculations additional material wasted to form that turn, that bend.
Oh, I see.
Let's see. Buffalo says these animations look so much more interesting than modern cartoons. Yeah. I think it's cool when we've got, animated stuff like that. Whoops. What do? Boot yourself out?
I did boot myself out.
Boot to the head.
I'm a boomer.
You do cars really well. Is that from the engineering? I don't know. I have a knack for copying images I see. So, oh man, I wish I'd have brought my notebook with me.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the drawing, but when you had that drawing with that car in the background, I was like, oh, that car looks good.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, there was a. So, what I used to do a lot of is like portraits, and when I studied martial arts, one of our black belts, this gal, she did like a photo shoot, and she let me have a couple of the images from that photo shoot, and then from the photograph, which was what, 3x5 or 4x6, I took that image and then blew it up to 8.5 by 11 in pencils, and so I kind of have a knack for transferring a small image into, enlarging it and putting in the time and effort into making it detailed. So I'll try and focus on all the folds in the fabric, the curves of the figure, and the patterns on the fabric. Yeah, that car really popped off the Mad Max page. Yeah, I love that image. That particular angle was very interesting. So that's why I picked it from the reference material. .45, 0.2. I've been doing most of my outlines in 0.45. I thought I was doing 0.5 all this time, but nope. Tim's dropping a link. Let me see something here. All right, cool. That's a working link. Just making sure.
What happened?
Nothing. You went silent for a while. I was just double checking to make sure that Tim's hyperlink was working. So I jumped over to my YouTube.
Well, I found that that trailer
You
that I
did?
was talking to you about. Do you want me to share it?
Hell yeah.
It was called Shadow Punk.
What?
Yeah, it's
Is
a
that
trailer
the-
for a 48-page graphic novel called Shadow Punk. Looks
Right.
dope. Here, let me share it. It looks so good. This is kind of how I want to do the Buckler commercial for the Buckler Book 2.
Tim's asking if I did a card of Optimus Prime. Yeah. This is how the Optimus one turned out. Usually I start with pencils and then I ink and then I erase the pencils, but I haven't done any of the erasing just yet. So
Let me know when you're presenting it so I can play it.
all right, you're up.
Are you ready for this, Wyman? You're gonna like this.
All right. Let's check it out. Oh,
Oh, that's dope, right?
oh, that's nice.
That's so cool.
Wow. Hey, is that Comicsgate or
I
just
don't
indie?
know. I'm looking right now. I don't know. It's so good though.
Wow, that's nice. I love the transitions and the zooming in and out and the eyeball part
Mm-hmm.
where you're like going in and yeah, those transitions are dope.
Now I need to know how he did that, man. Jesus, it's so good.
Yeah. Oh, I just found Shadowpunk on Twitter. Really nice guy. Is that right? Nice. Swish. That is what I want to do for a trailer someday, says Tim. Yeah, that's man. I wonder if this maybe that person who made the trailer is maybe they'll do it for other people. Like WyzGyz does trailers for CG and Ascension Cinemas. That's pretty sweet, though. I like it.
And I don't know if you got the full brunt of that, because to me on my screen it looked a little choppy. But God, when you play it like from where the actual source is, it looks so good.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's even they find online.
I'm sorry, what happened? I was watching it again.
No problem.
Buffalo Khan is confirming he is CG.
Oh, sweet.
I just tried to message him right now on Twitter, but I don't think he has messages open. Because it looks like he is following me, though. It says he follows you and I follow him, so I don't...
Very nice. Very nice. Great technique in that video. Each of these vids are so unique and creative. Yes, CG. Nice. Yeah, very cool. I dig it. I had not seen that yet. I really do like it. Yeah.
I'm looking at how he did it. I was going through it the other day, like frame by frame, kind of seeing the transitions and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know how to do this. I can't think of a way of how I would pull that off in any kind of animation program that I have. It's so good.
Yeah, I gotta say, it is really nice.
So like I was saying, like I thought the Starblaze one was like the best one until I saw that one. I was like, yeah, that's the new one. Got dethroned.
Yeah, I love how everyone's like one-upping each other.
It's what it's got to be, right? You got to one-up each other all the time. If I'm not in direct competition with every single person in the world, what am I doing?
You're welcome. I mean, and then there's me who's just trying to get somewhere close to where Dillard is.
Oh, calm down. Why you always got to make everything uncomfortable, one? Is Mrs. Dillard an artist as well? No, she is not. She thinks she's a rapper. She's so lame. No.
No. I was gonna say, can you remember any of her raps? Tell us some of her raps.
She's always coming to me with these half-cocked, kooky ideas for comic books. I'm like, you know how long it takes to make a comic book? Stop coming to me with these ideas that are all bad.
Oh, I hope she keeps coming with them because that's pretty cool. That
I tell her, you have a job. You want to make a book, you know, hire an artist.
Nobody like, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna start making comics.
Yeah, she's gonna hire Wyman to be her artist.
That's gonna be like, she's gonna go full time into teaching herself to draw.
Watch, she's gonna write something. It's gonna be brilliant, and then I'm gonna be eating my words because she's gonna be on like Ethan's stream promoting her stuff.
Hell yeah, you know it.
I'm gonna be like, I want a divorce.
Oh, no way. You'll be living high on the hog because she'll be bringing in home the bacon.
I think I'm gonna make her. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna make her write the little witch Emily.
Oh yeah. Yes.
I mean, it shouldn't take me too long to do like children's illustrations, you know.
I wouldn't think so.
Like, I don't need a college degree to write gibberish for children.
I hope you don't.
My wife has a college degree.
Cool.
I don't have one of those. I'm just a dummy.
Does she sometimes suggest you go back to school and get one?
Nope. She's like, why would you go to school? You're like really good at art. You should just do that and make a bunch of money.
See, no, that's a good wife. There you go. That's a good wife.
She told me, she was like, I know, you know, I don't want to sound like a, she tells me this, right? She tells me, I don't want to sound like a simp. She's like, but you're really good at art. And I think that you should pursue that, which is why I do artwork full time now. Because she's like, she tells me, you know, I'm not a nice person. And if you weren't very good, I would tell you to get a regular job and just, you know, whatever. But you need to pursue your art stuff because you're really good. And I'm like, okay.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's what the world needs more of. More supportive women.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. Where are my stonks at right now? Let me go check what my my AMC is doing.
No, I haven't checked anymore either. I think they went down. Well, no. Last time I checked, it was a couple of days ago at least.
The high today was 44, and currently it closed at 40.81. It's still up there, dude.
Yeah.
For a stock that when it first started was worth $2.
Yeah.
For it to still months and months later be at $40.
For sure.
It is. Let me go see what my Shiba Inu Bitcoin is doing. Let me see.
Oh, you're doing that kind of stuff, e-currency?
Mm-hmm.
What? You forgot your login?
No, it's at 27. My golly, I should have put more money in that. It's up 27,000%.
27,000? Yeah. Wait, so are you one of those who buys fractions of like Ethereum? Or
No, I don't buy fractions. I only buy wholes. But right now the thing is for Shiba Inu, the price is so low, right? It's so low. It's like I think it's like, this is how much it costs for one share. 0.000027 thousandth of a cent.
Is that Chinese or Korean?
What? Shiba Inu?
Yeah.
It's the name of a dog breed.
Oh. What is that like a direct competitor to Dogecoin?
No.
Oh.
Doge is like at, I don't know, 30 cents or something like that. But this is like worth way less, you know. But the thing is, it's all about percentages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I bought, because it's up 244% today from yesterday.
244.
Meaning, if you put in $100, you know, you're currently sitting at $344. If you were to sell today. But for instance, if this thing went to like, say, for instance, 1 cent, like that would be an increase of like, you know, 20,000%. And again, it's all pie in the sky stuff that may never, ever happen and has a very small chance of ever happening. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I mean, for just a small buy-in price of $100, and if it goes up to 1 cent, that would mean for your buy-in price of $100, you would be sitting at $2,700,000.
Let's see. Great technique in that video. Each of these vids are so unique and creative. CG. Mrs. Dillard, an artist. You're doing a great job, Wise. Oh, thanks, Buffalo. Con, I appreciate it. She's going to make her own book someday. I'm sure she will. That would be cool. Oh, she just wants to be involved. I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty kick-ass to have someone so supportive in your life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to persuade mine to learn to fucking color.
Oh no, she's not supportive at all. Like when I quit, right? She was like, I need you to maintain, because I have a PayPal, right?
All right.
That's how I get paid. And she was like, if that PayPal ever gets below what you're currently making, like you need to stop drawing and get a job.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because the thing is, I have to replace my income. I was working as a truck driver, right? And I'll tell you, I'm not scared to say what I make. I think that's a big thing that people need to get the fuck over, because it's doing nothing but a detriment to yourself and other people.
Right.
You know, hiding what you make. Like, no, people need to know what each other makes. That way you can go with power to your employer and be like, I know what people are making, and I know what I'm worth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But when I was working as a truck driver, I was bringing home roughly, because it changes every time depending on how many miles you do and how many stops. Mm-hmm. But it was, I would get paid every week, and every week it would be between $700 and $1,200. So as long as, like, the lowest was 700, right? So you say 7, 14, 21, 28. So as long as every month I'm making at least $2,800, I can continue doing artwork. So that's fine. That was the deal I made with her. If I can continue to bring home at least $2,800 every month, more preferably. But if I can continue to do that, then I can continue to pursue the art thing.
Right. Since you've got all these projects on your plate now, does that mean you are closed to commissions, or are you, or is part of it commissions?
No, part of it is commissions. I am open to commissions.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. I have to be, because I have to line up my work constantly, right?
Right. I just wasn't sure if these book projects you're working on is supplementing or replacing your commissions.
Oh, no, they're part of it. Like the book projects, to me, they're just commissions, but for books,
Yeah, good point.
Because even though, I'm making the same money, I still essentially, I have to work more now, because before I was making the same money working 4/10s, right? Like 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. But now I'm doing like 6-7 days a week, 14 hours every day doing the art stuff. Because I gotta get all this stuff out, and it takes time to do artwork. It takes a long time. Wyman, what's the matter?
I screwed up on R2D2.
How? Show me closely. I want to see up close.
Yeah. All right. Look at the head and compare it with the body and the.
I see it.
Yeah. I mean, man.
This is what you do, all right? You just slim down that body. I mean, you slim down the head to match the body, and then black out that rocks back there.
That, or I use the white pen.
Look, show it to me again. Hold it up to the screen. Closer, as close as you can. Right. Okay. Now I'm gonna share my screen. All right. All right. Check this out. Here is your R2D2, right?
All right.
All right. So this is what you do.
So you already snapped.
Yeah, I already snapped a screenshot. So here's your R2D2. So you take this area right here, where the back of the thing is, and you bring it straight up, and you do this number, right? So that it matches up.
Right.
Then you just black out this area, black out some rocks, whatever. Put them in some shadow. And then also do a little rim light right here with your pen. Right? Just like this. And then make a little bit of this R2D2 in shadow as well, so you don't really. And then you can kind of like fudge the. You know what I mean? Like just kind of like this.
I see.
And then boom, it's all fixed.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. Let me see here. Yeah, that's more or less what I figured you were referring to. Let me see. I'm still trying to persuade mine to learn to fucking color. No, what everyone needs is to sign up for Melvin #2. I'm like, look at Yanzi there. Why can't you make yourself useful like that? Oh, snap. Adams, is she any good? Timothy, is that your book? Yeah, Melvin #2, which is only in pre-launch. So sign up on this fantastic book. Buffalo Con. Nope. She actually could be if she bothered reading up on practicing, etc. His Shiba is shitty. That's harsh. Shiba.
Shiba Inu, the dog.
Oh.
Yeah, Timothy Olsen did himself a big favor, and he commissioned me for a cover for Melvin #2.
All right.
A variant cover. I think you've seen it.
I may have.
Here, I'm sharing it right now. This is the variant cover I did for Melvin #2.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's bitching. Yeah, I like it.
He should have done himself an even bigger favor and just hired me to do the whole book.
Do you have time to do the whole book with your schedule?
I mean, he can wait, you know.
Oh, man.
It's better to get it done right, than not at all.
Cool. That looks sweet.
No, it all depends because I do commissions for a lot of people, right? And some of them I'm doing like very slapdash jobs on them because like they can't afford my page rate for my bigger work. Because normally my page rate for if like for instance that buckler page that I shared,
Uh-huh.
like something that detailed, something like that, that's $200 a page. That's what I charge. But if they can't afford that and they want something, you know, I also do, you know, faster drawings like that are not as detailed for less money. Because I just got to manage my time, right? So it's like, hey, if you can't afford, you know, full on rendered like Dillard style, you know, I do faster stuff for cheaper.
Mm. How do you make those adjustments in terms of your drawing style? Is it
Well, it's
just
the same drawing style? I just don't go into the amount of rendering that I would go into.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Also, I make decisions like, you know, for instance, well, let me pull up an image here because are you familiar with Rick Piper?
Isn't he one of the guys you hang out with?
Yeah, he's the one that is sending you the boomerang box.
Yeah.
I'm also doing a comic for him called Snowdrift. It's one of his characters where it has like, you know, she's like I guess like a female Iceman.
Okay.
Okay, so let me. Okay, you're showing it right there. That right there.
All right.
Like this is like a real dumbed down, really quick style. Like I don't do any shading or rendering. The shadings are all basically black. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's real fast, and there's not a lot of detail. Like I wouldn't like if it was a Buckler book, I would go back and, you know, shade in all the couches, put in floors for everything, you know, the wood panel flooring, the walls.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, but this is just like really fast, get it done, and like I charge him $50 a page.
Okay. Cool.
Let me find another page. Like here's another one where it's like just boom, real simple, right?
Now, if a creator went with the cheaper option, would they typically ask for coloring, or would they just stick with the black and white book? Well, I guess with that budget, they'd stick with the black and white, right?
Yeah. Well, he's actually coloring it himself.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. But, you know, it looks rough because he's not very good at coloring either. But,
He's
you
a
know,
digital
it is what it is.
colorist.
Say what?
He's a digital colorist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just seen that other.
He just doesn't really have an eye for coloring, so his stuff is really oversaturated and it doesn't look very good. But he just can't afford an artist and a colorist. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
And the main thing for him is to get the book made and get it out. You know, so.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you do the best work you can for the time, and you keep working at it, and you'll get better as time goes on.
I agree.
Gosh. Oh. My eraser book.
You know what I watched yesterday and I really enjoyed? I hadn't seen it in a long time.
What?
Was Gremlins 2, the new batch.
All right. Nice.
I forgot how entertaining that movie was. It's so good.
Yeah, the Gremlins movies are pretty entertaining.
You know, and the song, the whole theme song and everything with all the monsters going. And there's so many jokes in it. You know what I mean? Like, everything's a gag. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Yes.
Bum, bum, bum,
What
bum,
the
bum,
80s were
bum,
like.
bum, 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 bum. It's great. Buffalo Con says that metal is sweet. Just signed for the newsletter. I think he was talking about the metal on that metal guy that Melvin was fighting.
Yep. And the cover you did for Melvin.
All right, Wyman, I am gonna go get something to eat, and so I'm gonna head out right now. So I will talk to you later.
Hey man, thanks for hanging out. I'm probably going soon too. Maybe in another half an hour or so.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Giving me somebody to talk to in the middle of the night, in the cold, in the dark.
Anytime. It's always a pleasure to have you over.
All right. I'll be in touch with you soon.
Always a blast. Take it easy, man.
You too.
Night. Oh, shoot. Why did I put that away? I might actually use that again. Let's see here. Yeah, that Dillard's good. He's a good artist. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out, Dillard. Yeah, so excuse me. I'm trying to do some fine tuning on 3 of these cards. Man, So I'm overall pleased enough with Chitara. So I think I'm going to whoa. I think I'll consider this one done. I guess I'll sign the backs of these. Cyberman from Doctor Who. Consider that done. Optimus Prime. Consider that done. The ones I need to add some finishing touches on are Luke. I think I screwed up on the eyes. When I'm trying to draw fast, I don't do the best eyes. Same for Samantha Carter, SG1. I decided to white out the all the extra facial lines. The thing about drawing women is you use fewer lines, not more. The more realistic you try to get, the older the woman looks. And then this is my version of correcting the R2D2 issue. And now I just have to, now I think it looks better. I just have to do some fine tune lines at the, oh, I forgot that line. Shoot. I just gotta, oh, you know what? I gotta, let's close this line up. I want to try and get these 6 done tonight or this morning. Man, it's 3:16 a.m. You said I can win these cards? Yeah, if you scroll back up to earlier in the stream near the beginning, Frog G dropped the link to the playlist on Dillard's channel, or you can just go straight to Dillard Draws on YouTube and go to the playlist section of his channel and look for the one related to the boomerang box. And start with the first video. There's like 5 of them in a row. I'm going to be either number 6 or 7. And but if you listen to the first one, it explains the directions. It explains everything. And you have to leave a comment on that very first video. And then part of the promotion is part of the promotion of it all is to subscribe to everyone who's participating in the boomerang box. We've got some well-known creators like John Malin, and I think it's Adam Post, and then we have some lesser-known creators. There's going to be a total of like 13 or 15. And once it goes all the way around the world or whatever, wherever it has to go to, I think it's predominantly US and Canada. Once it gets back to Dillard, he'll review what's in there and decide if he's going to do one giant, huge single winner, or if some of the material should be broken up into smaller portions so that you might, for example, have a third place, a second place, and a grand prize. Who gets the majority of the swag? But it's pretty freaking sweet. I'm looking forward to seeing the final result. Actually, I'm gonna keep following the the packages around. If you happen to have hung out on my drawing stream where I was doing Boom catch-up, I think it was on the second video. It might have been the third. It was either second or third. I was listening in on the whole playlist for the Boomerang box. So the first 3 videos, I'd say, are the longest, and the rest of them are pretty short. But it's fun listening. But the idea is you leave a comment on Dillard's first video where he explains everything, and then Dillard's a guest on each subsequent stream. And then the idea is you subscribe to every channel that the Boomerang box has reached. I really like that Optimus. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I as well. We've been distracting you all night too. Hey, it's all good. It's all fun. That or R2D2. R2D2 looking good indeed. Thanks, guys, man. Really appreciate it. I am so rusty. Let's see. R2 is going to need the most drying time. So let's return to Luke. And let's go with a 0.20. Yeah. 0.2 millimeter. Okay, so. Weird thing about my vision. Oh, well. It looks like it. You might have a tiny bit more drying. Yeah, it's like a little more drying time. How about cement? That might require level 2. So what else do I want to do on cement? I actually really enjoy the interaction from chat. So I appreciate you guys hanging out, asking questions. Having fun. I was just seeing if any of the white was coming up onto my pen tip. And like I said, if I have my way, if I can pull it off, by the time I'm done, there will be 27 trading cards. And also, like I said, Dylan thinks I'm insane for even trying it. And he's probably right. But I want to go for it anyway, just because. No. Well, the white doesn't seem to be coming off onto my pen. So far so good. You know what? I think I'll just finish this one. It's looking weird as a gap. Okay. No, I'm not touch that. Yeah, the ones I'm that looks too plain. That I see it. I think that it's like a what do you call it? I don't know if it's classified as like a machine gun or repair gun. I know it's got to be a different name. Let me see if I can still find that reference photo. I need to try and find that reference photo because I want to see if a vehicle is. I mean, not vehicle. What am I talking about? Getting tired. I want to get a better look at that firearm because the way I drew it, it's not. Oh wait, is this it? That might be it. Whatever it is, the way I drew it doesn't look right. Let me see if there's a newer picture. Where's the photo I used as reference? Excuse me. Was it this weapon? I don't think so. That's pretty close, you know. Wow, why is it taking so long for me to find the reference image I was using? I don't remember having to scroll this far down to find it. See if you guys are saying anything new. What does John know anyway? Yeah, tell me that it is there already. Yeah, so that one has a scope. Well, it looks like a silencer. Let's see. Let me start from the beginning, just in case. I might end up having to use that one that saw as reference. What am I doing different in this search that is preventing me from finding that image? All right, well, that's not the. That's a different weapon. Well, I guess it doesn't match winter. I suppose I could just pick one. Go with it. Wish I could find out what I was working on though. Oh. Yeah, I might just have to. Hold on. Let me try something on this computer. Wait, what? What is this folder here? Must have been by mistake. Wait, what? Huh? That's expanded. Well, that sucks. Odd, I can't find my reference material. Boo. Yes. All right, let's go find that one firearm. and use that as reference. All right, now where did the firearm go? Come on, man. Come on, people. Where did it go? Boom. 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 Because he's only going away. Alright, so I guess that's her main go-to weapon. One that's got a sight on it. Yeah. You get a picture of it though. Jeez. Okay. This will have to do. Okay. So let's see. So actually, I guess there really isn't much for me to draw on this. Let's pull those down. And then man, spent all that time making a big old deal about it, and there's really not much to it. I'm just going to assume this. Well, let me put it. Yeah. So I'll just put the end of the scope over here. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. All right, so that's for that. This is the 0.45. That's the thicker. All right. And all right. Oh, actually. Okay, that's better. All right, I'm gonna call Samantha Carter done. All right, let's do loop. Again, we're gonna use a 0.20 millimeter. Oh. First, I thought I was picking up the whiteout. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I think I can live with that. Oh, okay. All right. I think I'm good with that. I'm calling Luke Skywalker done. I think they need a tiny bit more time to dry, just a touch. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's done. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. Let's consider R2D2 done. Set these aside to dry a few more hours. Not that they'll need all that time, but all right. Woo-wee. See if anyone said anything else new. Hey Daniel, what's up? Yeah, I love being distracted on streams like this. It forces me to take little breaks. Good to see you, Daniel. Sweet. Which whiteout do you use? Mine is awful. I'm trying this for the very first time. Let me. And I don't even think it's technically designed for this use, but I got this at Michael's. I got all my recent supplies from Michael's. My watercolor pens, to be microns, from the manufacturer is Pigma, but oh, all right. The company is Sakura of America, sakuraofamerica.com. But the whiteout pens I'm using is this set. So you got 3 blacks and 3 whites. And this one, for good, better or for worse, it's got a medium thickness line. So if you're okay with this thickness, then this might be worth trying for you. But they're paint pens. So you like shake them for a minute, and then you could carefully dab it on some test paper. And I think it worked out pretty well for me and for my use. I don't know if it's. I have a feeling though that professional comic book artists use a different kind of whiteout pen, but this is the closest I remember finding at Michael's, so I just went with it. Figured I'd give it a try. So then I got these micron pens. Let's see, 0.2. That goes on this side. And then 0.45 is on the other side. So I can flip to the end. The watercolor pens, by the way, that I don't know if I'm going to use on this project of trading cards. I might just leave them black and white. I don't know. I might throw up a poll when I'm close to finishing all the ones I want to do, and ask if people think I should do like a pop of color just on certain things, or if I should do full color, or if I should just leave them as black and white. But I'm trying these watercolor pens. I've been using it for Fragtober, and they've been serving me well. I like them. But I always use I've always been using the painting side, the paintbrush side. I have not been using the fine tip side at all yet. So I'll show the cards that we got completed today, at least in terms of inking. I'll just review them. What's your book going to be about? Okay, so I've got 2 projects. I All right, so one is like comic strip style, like Sunday papers. Think Garfield meets Peanuts meets uh, Calvin and Hobbes, that kind of style. Uh, but the storytelling is going to be closer to Calvin and Hobbes if I can pull it off right. The other project is traditional 80s, 90s superhero. Not too serious, a touch campy, but yeah, it, you know, action, adventure, escapism. The reason, well, I've got both of those projects. I think what I really need to do, since I have trouble focusing, is zoom in exclusively on one of the two projects. And it's probably going to be the superhero one because superhero books tend to draw more interest, I think. And it might be better suited for Comicsgate streams in terms of promotion. But I really want to still do the comic strip book too. But that also requires creating a lot of content, a lot of strips. So what I'd ultimately like to do with the comic strip property is, if you're at all familiar with the Garfield Treasuries or the Far Side, or even the Calvin and Hobbes Treasuries, where it's like a whole collection of hundreds of strips. That's what I'm shooting for, to have a treasury worth of strips. Love it. That R2 is rad. Thank you. Yo. Hey, Ada. Oh, Adams. Okay. I was going, Ada, I don't remember some name Ada in the chat. What's up? What's up? Maybe too thick for me. I use a 0.8 millimeter gel pen, but it really doesn't cover very well. Yeah. Well, part of it is, if you go too thin, then it's going to take forever for you to cover. If you go with something like this, it'll cover, but it might be too much too fast. So maybe there's a size in between this, what they call medium, and your 0.8 millimeter. And like I said, that probably is not what comic book artists typically use. This says ideal for wood, plastic, metal, and glass. So that gives you any indication. Nowhere in there does it say paper. I'm going to have to check out those white pens. Yeah, the white gel pen I got on recommendation doesn't cover well. Yeah, I think that's what all the CG artists are calling it, gel, like whiteout gel pens. I wonder, I'd have to go look again, but I think EVS, Ethan Van Sciver, has posted on his YouTube channel one of his earliest videos. If you go scroll to the bottom of his videos tab, where he said, buy all your comic book art supplies at Michael's for under $100. So he might have included a whiteout gel pen. I'm not sure. Can't remember. And Dan Frega, he'd probably be able to tell you too. Anyone who's familiar with Jim Lee's art, because I've seen Jim Lee use whiteout pen, and it's like it freaked me out to see people actually using whiteout pens. Tempted to try white acrylic paint in a small brush. Now that could do it too. But I think if you're going to apply that to like comics and you're going to use the brush method, I think you're going to have to do something like what professional motorcycle painters use, and those painters who do pinstriping on automobiles, where you have to have a very steady hand and you're like carefully drawing straight, fluid, continuous lines. I think you'd have to have that kind of style in order to pull off a paintbrush. Because with paintbrushes, it's great because there's the flexibility in that. Let me see. Let me grab a watercolor pen. So. All right, so the great thing about a watercolor pen is that you can go very thin, or if you apply more pressure, you get a heavier line. Let's see. So very thin to a heavier line. And then, of course, if you go sideways, then you can drag it out this way and make an even wider line over time. So if you're looking to do like outlines of figures or characters in the shadows, you might be shooting for something that's more fine tip since you're using a 0.8 millimeter. And you might have to do something that's consistently one thick. Oh, shoot. All right, so I'm not doing a very good job myself, but it's like you do one continuous same thickness line all the way across. And I think part of it is rotating your brush as you draw it, rotating the brush so that your brush bristles always come to a fine point at the very end. I think that's the key. I could be wrong. I could be talking out my butt, but that's my thought on it. Buffalo says, they sound like two different styles that might be fun to do at the same time. Keeps from getting bored. Oh, hell yeah, for sure. Adams, I was how white acrylic ink would work. White acrylic ink, white acrylic ink. Huh. White acrylic ink. Probably, I think the fancy artists who do things like Inktober use that for effects. However, I don't have any. I've got white acrylic paint and white lacquer, though. Lacquer, huh. Hey, Pale Rider, what up? The whiteout pen works better than the gel pen. Oh, interesting. Glisse probably would work. Wonder if you can use white ink with a quill. That's an interesting question. But I would be concerned about, I mean, unless you're going for the effect, when you're using a quill, there's a high chance of flickering all these little specks of ink all over the place. If you strike it at the wrong point or direction, like maybe the tip or half the tip of your quill catches on part of the paper wrong, it might result in some flickered ink. Yeah, I gotta go to something, you know, one place that probably has some good art supplies. Oh, actually, there's at least two. that are commutable from where I am, and that's Berkeley and San Francisco. Both are known for, you know, artist communities. So I think the name of the store I used to go to is Utrecht, Utrect. I think that's what it is. White acrylic works. If you have any matte medium, you can thin it out a bit with a smooth line. Ah, check that out. White acrylic. Well, that makes sense, yeah. White acrylic. Yeah, I mean, and if I understand correctly, an advantage to white acrylic is that it's like thick and heavy yet smooth, compared with watercolor, which is all watery and runs easily. Cheers, I'll make time to try it. Yeah, absolutely. Great tips. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you. Quills are okay to use. A little bit of practice needed, but I manage, so no doubt you can. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. If once you get good at using quills, oh man, there's so much you can do. I mean, just look at Jason Krager. He does a lot with quill. Excuse me. And he gets those little fancy inks. They come in little individual jars, and there's like a whole set of colors. And it's like, I don't know if it's called pigment or if it's just inks, but it's the concentrated kind. So, I mean, if you absolutely wanted to or had to, then you could water it down a little. But yeah, you can get them in the little jars. So I'm going to first just recap the trading cards we got done today. And then I'm going to go to bed. Jeez. All right, so bear in mind all the sketch work was already done prior, when I was in Ohio. Boy, all the way back then. Yeah. And I finally got around to inking them just now. All right, so let's put the focus back on here. All right, so Luke Skywalker. This way. Oh shoot. So Luke Skywalker in the black uniform from Return of the Jedi. Oh wait. Oh, I forgot a line. You know what? I don't really need it. Yeah, I don't really need it. All right, so we got R2D2. I'm glad I caught that really bad error earlier, because I just wouldn't have felt comfortable considering calling it done when there was such a blatant error. I think that's at least improved. It's not perfect, but at least it's improved. So there's R2 on the 3 legs. For some reason, I think R2 looks the coolest when he's on his 3 legs. Samantha Carter from Stargate SG-1. I really got to get a better lock on the human figure and faces. I mean, if I do one of my my detail drawings, where like I enlarge from photos. I mean, I get it looking really nice, but it takes me like 4 hours easily to complete one of those drawings. Because like I said, I'm doing pencils. I'm looking closely at the fabrics, the folds in the fabric, the way it falls against the body and drapes. And I'm also drawing in the patterns of the fabrics. But yeah, easily 4+ hours to complete those kinds of drawings. And that's 8.5 by 11 too. 8.5 by 11. Optimus Prime. From Transformers. And this is Cyberman from Doctor Who. And last but not least, Chitara from Thundercats. You know what? Yeah, so those are 6 inks. Oh man. So this gives me an idea of how long it's going to take me to complete all these cards if I literally go through and do all the ones I am interested in doing, which is 27 trading cards. And this is 6. And this is just black and white inks without any consideration of color. I like the Cyberman. I'm not familiar with Doctor Who. Oh man, Doctor Who has been a long-running series. It's sci-fi, and it's a BBC thing. So it's a show from the UK, and it's basically this Time Lord who goes into an English phone booth, and his phone booth is actually a spaceship. So you go inside, you think of a phone booth being, you know, just so large, right? Enough to hold one person. But when you actually go inside his ship, which is more or less disguised as a phone booth, then you realize how expansive it is inside. It's got a huge control room. It's got all these knobs and dials and stuff. And then, you know, he goes off exploring space and other worlds and encountering species and robots and whatnot. And part of it, as you find if you watch it long enough, is that, you know, when a Time Lord dies, he effectively gets reincarnated as another Doctor. So then the series continues from there with the new Doctor. They've gone through like 12 or 13 Doctors, and the most recent one, that female, that's more or less when everything really started going downhill fast. So if you focus on the earlier episodes, that's where I'd focus. Yeah, so that's 6 inked trading cards in a 5.5, nearly 5.5 hour stream. Oh, extrapolate that out to 27 cards penciled and inked, and that's an idea of how much time I'm going to be spending on these, assuming all goes according to plan. Is it something worth still getting into today, not knowing anything about Doctor Who? In my opinion, yes. I've got to ask my Doctor Who contacts, the best way to approach it. But once I have some money, I want to get like a collector set. But I don't want the newest one with the female Doctor and onward, because everything is crap, everything is woke, everything is virtue signaling, just like so much of the other entertainment. But I personally would recommend it. I mean, one of the Doctor, when I first it automatically turned off. I don't know why it does that. Maybe it's just working as design, where when a guest, a panelist, is just sitting there watching, or just in this case my overhead camera, I'm wondering if someone's in a stream just sitting there not doing anything without any motion going on, I'm wondering if it auto times out or something. But anywho, I came in when I think his name was Tom Baker, was the Doctor. Tall, slender guy, wearing a trench coat and a long, colorful scarf, and he had big, frazzled hair. And the Doctor, he travels with a companion, a young female girl, typically. And if I'm not mistaken, with every reincarnation of the Doctor, he gets a new companion in his adventures. But I guess you could say Tom Baker's my favorite. I started more or less around the Tom Baker era, and then went another one or two Doctors past that. And then I got interested in other stuff, so I stopped watching it. But I want to get it from the first Doctor through Tom Baker on to, I guess it's basically the last male Doctor, which I think is season 12. Yeah, I think that's about right. Because I think the female Doctor's season 13. I think they're on the verge of cancellation, or they're just going to do a couple more specials because they caught so much flack from the fandom, because they know they're doing a horrible job with the property. And also bear in mind with Doctor Who, you might want to see if you can find clips or episodes on YouTube to see if it's your style, because don't expect high quality special effects. It's kind of like old school special effects, practical effects. You're not going to see much in the way of CGI. You're going to see things like sparks and flashing and things like that. In fact, one of the most popular villains is this batch of robots that look like, how do you describe them? They're like towers. Well, one of their arms is a plunger, that a plumber would use. So if that gives you any indication, that might be something better to do prior to investing your time actually checking out a series. Take a WyzGyz chill. Yeah, what is that? Is that a bowl of rice? Is that a bowl of rice? Or is it a snow cone? I think it's a bowl of rice. Not really, though you have decades of older episodes you can watch before you get to the newer, crappier stuff. Yeah, don't touch the crappier stuff. Don't give the crappier stuff a time of day. What's interesting about well, I mean, I guess you kind of expect this to happen, just like Disney's doing with the Star Wars saga. You know how with the Star Wars saga, they're considered they're classifying the sequel trilogy as canon. So now when you try to get a box set, they include the stupid, crappy Disney trilogy. Uh, Whenever possible, just try and get the first 6 episodes. That's the true Star Wars saga, in my opinion. But they're trying to do the same with Doctor Who. So they're trying to infuse all the Doctor Who DVD / Blu-ray collections, if it's even available on Blu-ray. They're trying to infuse it with the stank from the female Doctor. Yeah, the stank or the taint. Yeah, I prefer old school Farscape, Stargate. Yeah, that stuff is awesome. I love that stuff. I have the complete collection of Stargate SG-1 and the complete Stargate SG-1 is either like 10 or 15 seasons worth. And then Stargate Atlantis, I have the complete collection of, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of Stargate Universe. It was kind of interesting, but for the most part, I wasn't a big fan of it. Farscape was cool, but I'd say Doctor Who is even lower level special effects than even the original A New Hope in movie theaters. You know, with A New Hope in Star Wars: A New Hope, how when TIE fighters came onto the scene in camera view, you could see a black outline, so you could see part of the artifacts of, you know, animation and special effects. Well, it's kind of that era or earlier. I think it's earlier, actually. Might have been around longer. They look like kids' toys. Oh, is it ice? Oh, my mistake. Okay. Oh, chill. Cool. All right. I got it. In Korea, we have these ice scrapings type of dessert. Yeah, we've got that kind of stuff. Although we do more or less shaved ice, and it's usually available during the summer, spring, late spring to summertime, and in the States we tend to pour flavored syrups on it: strawberry, pineapple, blueberry, raspberry. And you add that kind of stuff to snow cones too. So it's what we call shaved ice. 10 seasons, Stargate SG-1. Atlantis, 5 seasons. Yeah, I remember Atlantis being fewer seasons. Farscape, I think 5 seasons and 2 movies. Farscape, I do eventually want to pick up in physical media, because I did enjoy that one. I might even get Babylon 5 one of these days. And the original Battlestar Galactica. And maybe the Knight Rider series. I don't think I want Airwolf. But there were a lot of 80s TV series I was really into. Yeah, I remember the Atlanta set was significantly smaller in terms of the overall package. Be right back. Need lunch. Yeah, here it's 4:19 a.m. Yeah, Universe was a bit too dark for me, and they changed Hyperspace Drive to FTL. What was that? Fuck the light? No. Lame. Stargate isn't Battlestar Galactica. Okay. Cheers, enjoy. Yeah, shaved ice. Sorry, got it wrong. In Korea, maybe flavored syrups, but a lot with dark. Yeah, I think I've seen that done every now and again. Like if you go into if you go to Korean restaurants, I think that's on some of their menus as an option for dessert. Yeah, bean paste. Yeah, in Chinese cooking, we have bean paste items too, often used in pastries, uh, baked goods. Yeah. There's even like a bean. I don't think it's a bean paste soup, but it's a soup made with those beans. So it's like whole beans about the size of a pinto bean, but there's obviously a lot because it's made into a soup. And if I remember, it's served warm or hot, and it's red, more or less, because that's the color of the bean. Like kidney beans are red. Well, you've got the red of the beans, and the liquid it's in, the soupy liquid, is also red. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's right. Faster than light. Forgot about that. Knight Rider was awesome. There was a show called Cobra that didn't last long. Cobra sounds familiar. I know, not to be confused with the Sylvester Stallone Cobra movie. Um, hmm. Yeah. Oh, speaking of movies, Stargate also had, I think, 2 movies, possibly 3. Um, yeah. I believe I own all the Stargate movies in addition to the TV series. Ah, sweet. We call that bean paste pat. Pat. Uh, not Cobra Viper. Right, right. Not the snake. Yeah, that's what I did. Loved the Sylvester Cobra movie. Yeah, if I remember, I enjoyed it too. Yeah, Stargate had like 3. So I either own, well, I definitely own at least 2 of the Stargate movies. There's a chance I own the 3rd. I don't remember. Um, excuse me. One of the things I do want to do on my channel is hold on. One of the things I like to do is basically do a watch along of every episode of Stargate SG-1. Haven't gotten to it. I have it in storage somewhere, but if I can dig it out easily, I like to do that. Watch every episode of SG-1 for all 10 seasons. Viper had a Dodge Viper that was like James Bond. Yeah. There was another TV series in the 80s, if I remember, that, you know, they once they saw how popular Knight Rider was, then they did Airwolf and Viper, and I think there was also one of a motorcycle. But I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was a motorcycle one. But if there was, I can't remember the name. Excuse me. There was the original before the series. Yep. And then the arc of, yep. Of something. After that, Stargate continued. Yeah, all right. Maybe I do have all three. Oh. James Bond car, yep. And a watch along would be awesome. The sucky thing about watch alongs these days is that all the copyright claiming. So I think they used to be able to allow you to, I mean, I think they used to allow you to stream content so long as you somehow distorted the image or covered part of the window up. And I kind of want to stick with StreamYards, but I might end up switching over to Restream. Or hell, I might even give OBS another shot. Problem I had with OBS early on when I first started my channel is that it didn't seem to have a whole lot of Mac support, and I wanted to stream on the Mac OS, not under Windows, which I could have booted into if I wanted to, but didn't really want to. And it seemed like the software support wasn't there for the Mac side. And there was this annoying ongoing bug with regards to audio where you had to use a workaround to get audio to come through, and you had to do some special configuration, and it seemed like every time I wanted to start a stream, I had to do that configuration over from scratch instead of setting it up once, saving it, and then reusing it over and over. I don't know, maybe I was doing something wrong. But it might be time to revisit. Excuse me. But before I consider that, I got to play around with more of StreamYard's functionality, because there are features I still haven't made use of, including borders, and I don't know if I want to use borders or backgrounds. Let's see. Seeing the Stargate movie, never the series, I'd be down for a watch along. Yeah. See, the thing is, on a watch along, I like it when you got the host maybe off to the side in a small window, and then you've got the program or the movie on the big screen or the bigger screen. But they don't like that, and I don't know yet how to not contort, but modify the screen or put it through a filter so it can't be copyright struck. I also heard that if you use Amazon Prime, they're like linked to, do they own Twitch? I think Amazon owns Twitch. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, which I presently have, which I use only for shipping, and I don't watch any of their streaming content. Supposedly, I've heard you can stream stuff from Amazon Prime using like Twitch or something like that. And people can do watch along parties, but I also think I read somewhere that a restriction is that it either has to be only you on the stream along with the streaming content, like a movie or TV series, or at most you can have like one guest. You can't have a large party, in other words. So it might turn out to be one of those things where it would just be me and my occasional reactions while the series is off screen entirely or hidden from view from the audience, or something like that. I'll have to play around with it in the back room in the YouTube studio and see if when I make a test video and save it, if it flags it for any copyright claims or if it tries to strike me. But I enjoy watch-alongs. I wish there was some easy way to stream the content so other people can see it too. I guess you'd have to host your own server when you upload the content. No, you'd probably have to use nefarious means. Oh yeah. Can you stream it on Odyssey? I don't know. I think I have an account on Odyssey. I have to look. There's a whole mess of social media I have to check out. Yeah. And Odyssey is one of those I have to explore further. Though I guess that's a different platform. Yep. Nefarious, yeah. Well, you know what I mean. By golly, yumpin' yiminy. Yeah, so I guess that's about it. I should try and get a couple hours of sleep. Oh man, I don't know. On one hand, I think I should sleep, but on the other hand, I feel so unproductive that I feel I should do another stream and just keep streaming until it's time to go back to work in about 5 hours. Yeah, I should probably sleep. Yeah, get the Z's. Yeah, I think I'll call it. This has been fun. Appreciate everyone who hopped on the panel as a guest. El Gargoyle and Rosetta Allen, aka Eagle Rider, and John Dillard of Dillard Draws. Appreciate all of you. Thanks for everyone in chat for joining and hanging out. Always love having company. Keeps things from getting boring. Sleep is medicine. Have a good one, Wise. Thanks so much, Daniel. Thanks to everyone who might dare to watch this on replay. 5 hours and 48 minutes of it. Hey, Buffalo Con. Really enjoyed your stream. Thank you. Oh, thanks so much. Have a good night. Yeah, I mean, whether anyone joined chat or not, or anyone joined the panel or not, I still would have done it. But boy, is it so much more fun when there's people around to keep me company. Yeah, I love the interactivity of streams, and I prefer it so much more than having to create pre-recorded, edited videos. Y'all have a good night. Thank you so much. Back in time to say goodbye. Fun stream, mate. Thank you so much. Appreciate all you. Thanks. Spread the word. I was as high as 403 subs to YouTube, and then I dropped to 400, and then I dropped to 399. So I don't know if that's YouTube up to its usual goofiness, or if there were legit people who lost interest in the channel because they didn't see regular content. But anyway, I'm working to resolve that. But there's so much other stuff I want to do. So much other stuff I want to do besides make pre-recorded, highly edited videos. All right. Well, thank you all again. Y'all take it easy. Take care. Have a good night for those who are sleeping, and good morning, good day to those who are already started their day. And we'll see you next time. In honor of the trading card for Chitara,
The YouTube channel. WyzGyz. How you doing, Conrad? Welcome to the show.